Hello.
Hello, Dureja sir, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Good. Yeah. So, Dr. Harish, welcome you to this FDP,
Thank you, sir.
and it is really nice to have you. We have more than around 60 participants in this FDP, and this was a 5-day program. So, this is the fourth day that we are having this, and you might have received the program.
Yes,
And your expertise in the regulatory and other aspects of the pharmaceutical sciences would definitely help the participants that are taking, and to faculty, mostly the faculty is there because this is a faculty development program. So most of the participants are faculty from different institutes, universities, and a few are from industry also. So it would be a great help, and their knowledge would definitely be enhanced. So I think there will be a lot of takeaways from your this lecture. So I welcome you to this FDP of MIT University Haryana. It is in collaboration with the Association of Indian Universities, basically. So uh, once again, I welcome you, and you can start with your presentation, right, sir?
I request Kiran ma'am to please proceed
Yes.
with the.
A very warm and sunny morning to one and all present here. I, Dr. Kiran Sharma, working as an associate professor in Amity Institute of Pharmacy, Amity University, Gurugram, extend a very warm welcome to all of you on this splendid platform of FDP Day 4. Dear participants, we would first welcome our well-known esteemed speaker, Professor Harish Tureja. It's an honor to introduce today's dignitary. Professor Harish Tureja currently holds the position of Professor in Pharmaceutics and Head Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Maharshi Dayanand University, Rohtak, and Director Center for IPR Studies along with Director Professional Consultancy Cell at MDU University, Rohtak. He is also visiting Professor ARCCIM Faculty of Health, University of Technology, Sydney, Australia. He earned his master's in pharmaceutics from Punjabi University, Patiala, and PhD in pharmaceutical sciences from MDU Rohtak, and awarded with first gold medal for best PhD thesis in 2008. Dr. Dureja has been involved in teaching, research, mentoring, advising, and administration during the past 23 years. Professor Dureja has been awarded research projects of worth 1.5 crore from AICTE, UGC, and Haryana DST as principal investigator, including co-PI in UGC SAP. He has been bestowed with several honors. A few of them worth mentioning include MDU Research Award 2021, MDU Best Researcher Year of the Award 2020 by MDU Rohtak, Dr. R.L. Nikore Award for Best Article published in 2018 in IJPER, Young Pharmacy Teacher of the Year Award 2014 by Association of Pharmaceutical Teachers of India, Haryana State Branch, Best Paper Award by Professor Emil Khurana Memorial Prize Award 2005 during 58th IPC at Mumbai. He is actively involved in the field of drug delivery and regulatory science. He is supervising scientific research at the post-graduation and doctoral level. He has guided PhD theses, around 30-60 theses of MPharm, and 12 theses of PhD are presently under his supervision. He has filed one Indian patent and written and edited 6 books, 36 book chapters, and have 260 publications in various international and national journals of repute, with an H index of 34, with more than 4,370 citations to his credit. He has also been associated with UGC e-Pathshala project of the Ministry of Education, Government of India, as the content writer for postgraduate course of Pharmaceutical Sciences for the paper Novel Drug Delivery System. He has delivered more than 180 invited lectures in various conferences, seminars, and symposia. He is editorial. He's also on the editorial board of renowned journals, including Current Drug Delivery and Current Nanomaterials. He has guest edited a total of 7 special issues for the journals Applied Clinical Research, Clinical Trials, and Regulatory Affairs published by Bentham Science Publishers. Dr. Dureja is also actively engaged in committees of various central and state universities, Committee for the Purpose of Control and Supervision of Experiments on Animals, Pharmacy Council of India, all AICTE, National Testing Agency, and National Assessment and Accreditation Council. With this, I take opportunity to invite Professor Harish Dureja, as our participants are keen on hearing him. So, sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Kiran.
Thank you, sir. Welcome to this FDP.
My sincere thanks to MIT University, Gurgaon, Professor Satish Sadana, Head MIT Institute of Pharmacy, MIT University, as well as AIU and Academic Staff College of MIT University, Haryana. The topic taken for today's is digital therapeutics and the pharmaceutical regulatory environment. Into this, we are taken together what the digital technology is, what is the digital health, digital therapeutics, what are the different these digital technology enabled products, their regulatory aspects as per the US FDA, European Union, Japan, and India is concerned, what are the challenges in marketing or making these products available to the public, as well as taking even single case study to basically understand what this digital technology is. Into this 21st century, we are looking into this digitalization. Our whole things are going to be digitalized. Even we talk about our purchase system, we talk about anything else, we think of digitally. In this global scenario, digital elements have been involved, and they are transforming the technology as well as the business models. During the COVID-19 pandemic, this digitalization challenged the healthcare system because our healthcare system was not much digitalized at that moment of the time. So the new technology came into the picture. They find the solution of these challenges, and we learned a lot of digitalization in the health sector during this COVID-19 scenario. And we have the future of these technologies in future ahead. Lot many scope is possible into this pharmaceutical industry by this digital approaches. But take some live through example what has happened during this COVID-19 pandemic. When we look into this, our digital innovations and this technology into the pharmaceutical sector, it was slow rate than other industries. If you look into the AI-driven devices or the gadgets, they were much more rather than in the pharmaceuticals. But immediately during the pandemic time, the industry realizes that there must be need for the adoption and acceleration of this technology due to this COVID-19 scenario. And now the pharmaceutical industry is looking into industry 4.0, which is 100% going to be the digitalized. That the future of the laboratories working together. This is named to be as leapfrog innovations. So after this COVID-19 scenario, we have find out that we are going to pursue these leapfrog innovations through the purposeful investment portfolios and the plans. We are looking into that in the same pace it is going to be involved by the means of artificial intelligence and machine learning into the pharmaceutical sector. Now there are minimum chances, or we can say negligible chances, by which this acceleration will de-accelerate and return to that previous pre-pandemic level. Because nowadays we have so many gadgets available in the market which has shown their worth during this COVID-19 pandemic. From a physical system, we have changed our set from a to a cyber physical system. Into this, what we have seen that our lifestyle management has been modified. Medical interventions by this digital technology has been modified, and that is fruitful in life saving of the patients. However, few challenges came into the mind before we look into these points. First one, because these cyber physical system is made from some computer programs. Software are utilizing this. What is going to be happen if technology or a software going to be malfunction? It may be quite possible functioning of a software may have the ethical objections. Like if a doctor fails to do a fruitful surgery, the doctor may be found to be punishable. But what happens when it comes to the software? Do we have any ethical objections over this? Data protection and privacy of the major concern. Because a computer program has been made, the data need to be protected and nobody can be used for its own other purposes. So when we come into this, we have to look into that the quality and safety assessment of each and every therapeutic product must be taken into consideration as per the regulatory guidelines. At present, we can say we have the inappropriate regulatory strategies, but we have to modify it. We have to look into those perspectives, how these systems or digital therapeutics can come into the market and useful for the patients. Major concern comes here the financial viability. Because we do not have much infrastructure to look into this. We have such programs, but the ethical objections and data protection into that programs is of major concern. Our pre-existing surveillance networks look into that, how they can cater the needs of these digital therapeutics or medical interventions which are come to the future in the market. Of course, validation clinically to these products if of the concern to the regulatory agencies as well as physician as well as to our patients. So looking into all these perspectives, what we have to look into how these products can be developed. We look into what we have seen into the previous time, that is our COVID-19 management. The main utilizable software, I hope so all the public has utilized that. That was a mobile phone applications having the Arogya Setu app. Contact tracing as well as quarantine and self-isolation was possible by these applications. These are basically made up of artificial intelligence, which can give you the information that after 200 meters or 500 meters, you are the patient suffered with COVID-19. Nowadays, we are using so many gadgets. In addition to the mobile phones, we have the smart watches giving you the information, or wearable such devices which can give you the information about your blood glucose monitoring, your blood pressures as well.
Sir, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah,
I can see slides are not moving.
I
Or
can just look in.
okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Slide
ठीक है,
number
sir.
2, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Is visible now number 2?
Yes, sir. It is
Yes, sir.
visible. Okay.
I think so when I changing into the full screen mode, it is not moving. Is
Okay,
it
it is
now?
it is visible, sir, very much visible.
And moving again, coming to the slide 4, 5.
It is
No,
on
sir,
slide
it
number
is
2, sir.
2.
Okay, then we come to this methodology only. So this is
Yeah.
again the digital world, and we have to look
Yes.
into the perspectives of
Slide
this.
number 3 is visible, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
fine
5.
now. Yeah.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. 5.
So we
Slide
make
number.
into this lower mode only, and we can go ahead with this.
Okay, sir. No problem.
So when comes to the screening for the infections, we have the devices which are IR thermometers, so which are based on different web-based toolkits, having artificial intelligence-based modeling. Then coming to the clinical management, we have electronic health records. We are going to make, different companies are working together into this arena, the health cards of the patients, giving the whole history from birth to till date, what the suffering, what are the management, how this happens to be. Nowadays, we are seeing that manufacturing of the drug products is made by quality of design. We give this idea that the time is not far off when we'll found the quality by intelligence, because AI and ML has empowered all the gadgets, all the devices, all the formulations by their intelligence. If you look into the different product and the services, either it is used for testing, either used for prevention or the diagnosis, all are based from GPS system. Nowadays, we have so much X-rays as well as machines used for diagnosis, which are GPS enabled. Planning and tracking of our products by data dashboards, by real-time as well as by smartphone applications, it is useful for this management. So if it was used for COVID-19, it can used for the any management as well. So what is going to be happen in future? We look into the digital innovation will imbibe all a system to the research, to the development of the products, manufacturing of the pharmaceuticals, its supply chain, and its commercial use. So this product lifecycle management for digital innovation-based pharmaceutical has been enabled with leapfrog digital innovations. What we can find the change in the molecules to the market. If you look into the lab of future, they will made from artificial intelligence driven drug discovery. We have a virtual data assistant as well. When coming to the development, we have the patient centers, seamless trials made digitally. Nowadays, the concept of e-clinical trials has been come into the picture. Out of 17 points, 50% of the points has been well taken together by the e-methodologies, that is the digital ones. Digitally, we are going to monitor the patient. Digitally, we are going to monitor and access the data for these clinical trials. We are looking into the smart factories named as, that is AI-driven assist uptime and batch deposition digitally as well. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we have looked into the supply chain management. We have tracing and tracking of the vaccine. Same is happening with each and every digital therapeutic to be developed in future, and the optimization can be made for their percentage yield as well as the productive yield. Coming to the commercial aspects, the precision experiences for patient and the partners to be well taken care by AI-based engagement recommendations. Now, if you go to the Google made the recommendations. So based on that recommendations, you will find that commercial recommendations are possible by AI-driven softwares. We have connected the patient platforms with the physician as well as the companies as well. Same way, we have a proactive marketing intelligence working from making a molecule to the market. We are saying about what artificial intelligence is doing into it. Basically, AI is the way of making a computer, a robot, or a software think and act like a human being. So our intelligence, that is human intelligence, has been simulated in the machines by this system named as artificial intelligence. Nowadays in the market, we have the self-driving cars. We are playing against the computers. We have made the programs which are thinking like the human beings, mimicking their actions. However, artificial intelligence lack the emotions and the creativity as well, which are said to be theory of the mind coming in the future, maybe in the next decade as well. This system of artificial intelligence has touched a lot to the healthcare aspects. If we are talking about the developing the new drugs, if we are asking for tackling a disease, drug repurposing, drug adherence, making the sense of clinical data, finding the patients, the correct patients for the clinical trials. We can look into the different surgical operations by the robots, dispensing by the robots, as well as nowadays pharmaceutical manufacturing by the robotic system. All this artificial intelligence, machine learning, and robotic system has given input into this health industry as well. Three different terms has been used by the health industry. When coming to the digital world, one is the digital world, the digital health, second is the digital medicine, and third is named to be as a digital therapeutics. Somewhat they are interchangeable. They are seems to be near to the borderline cases. We have to make the differences between these, how they are going to be used, what are their different types, and what the example we can look into by this digital health industry. If any system or any health management is engaging the consumer for lifestyle, wellness, and health related purposes. Mobile health is one of the examples we are using it. Our data information are captured, stored, and displayed on the screen. Our information has been transmitted to some another system to make a well record of it. E-pharmacies, e-learning, targeted advertisements, electronic health records, and mobile health are these examples for digital health. If any system measure and intervene in the human health services, that is called to be as digital medicines. The measurement products, the digital diagnostic, like the thermometers made from the IR, the BP apparatuses which are digital one, or any other digital devices which are used for diagnostic purposes. Digital biomarkers, electronic clinical outcome assessment, remote patient monitoring of by the physician, and some softwares which are giving you the decision, which are used as intervention products. The borderline cases of digital therapeutics. We discuss in detail in the coming slides. If we have a combination of measurement and intervention products, that may be the combination products. Artificial pancreas, pacemakers, other implants as well. If we have a system which is evidence-based, making the interventions, working like the drug, the same definition if you recall from forensic pharmacy, that is to prevent, manage, treat a medical disorder. They are named to be as digital therapeutics. But beauty of these products, they are made from the softwares, and that software delivers the therapeutic interventions. Human memory, human mind has been well taken care by the computer program as the means of software to deliver the drug to the patient. Via the mobile applications, even the digital therapeutic games, which are working as digital therapeutics. Anything that uses the modern digital technology in healthcare, inclusive of these digital therapeutics, are named to be as a digital health. And digital medicines are one part of the same. If a pharmaceutical product, say any tablet or any other patch, which works with the medical devices, By the means of a software, they are categorized as digital therapeutics. If we have to define what digital therapeutics is, basically it is a health discipline and option for the treatment of the patients that uses the digital technologies and the online health technologies to make a treatment possible for any medical or psychological conditions. These therapeutics are named to be as new agile interventions. They are new into the healthcare industries. Since last 5 years, the companies are manufacturing it, using it, testing it, and marketing it. This system of digital therapeutics used information technology, pharmaceutical industry, medical devices industry, as well as the other potential interdisciplinary researchers. We are in the stormy phase. We have great potential in the future how this digital therapeutics will overcome all the traditional systems of the medicines. These products, they are delivering the formulations and based on the evidence that the therapeutic interventions are going to utilize for the purpose of prevention, management, treatment of a medical disorder. We have the clinical evidence and the real world outcomes which are required to showcase their effectiveness for all these digital therapeutic products. All these products are same way reviewed, same way cleared and certified by regulatory bodies as well as our traditional or novel drug delivery systems. We have to look into their risk, their efficacy, and intended use. The optimization here is for the risk-benefit ratio. So whenever it comes to a digital therapeutics, the developmental phase same way happens to a drug delivery systems. Similar manner, we are going for its pilot plant studies as well as the feasibility studies. After that, it went for clinical trials. We have to confirm whether it is therapeutically efficacious as well as a safe product for the patients. Further, the same phase comes the regulatory approval. Why it is required the regulatory approval? If it is a well-known medical device, the software has modified its system. That's why its new approval as a regulatory authority is required. Product is launched to the market as well as for traditional product, we are going for the PMS, same is required for digital therapeutics. If you look into the trends in digital therapeutics, one of the major conditions where they have witnessed their importance, that is psychiatry. Now it has been looked into the cardiovascular, addiction, endocrinology, neurology as well. Their utilization and the aspect into their applications for oncology, the sleep medicines, the metabolism, orthopedics, multiple indication, nephrology has been well taken care by the different scientists. Are we talking about a hypothesis? My these slide witness that we are not talking about the hypothesis, we are talking about the real world products. Few products has been highlighted. It is hardly impossible to showcase here more than 100 products which are used nowadays as digital therapeutics. If we look into the application in the part of radiology, the Philips Healthcare made a computed tomographic access system, which is named by precise position. Another product is LinQ TM2, which is basically an insertable cardiac monitor made by Medtronic and used for cardiovascular purposes. IDXDR is a device which is used for diabetic retinopathy detection device made by the digital diagnostic for retinopathy. LectMed for drug and lactation database by NNM for breastfeeding mothers. The first prescription digital therapeutic is named to be Reset, which is made by Peer Therapeutics for the psychiatric conditions. For the psychiatric disorder, the same company has made other prescription digital therapeutic for insomnia that is named to be as Somnist. The major milestone into the history of digital therapeutics also is Endeavor RX, which is basically a therapy device. Therapy device means here is treatment device for ADHD, that is attention deficit hyperactive disorder. Again, it is a psychiatric disorder for the kids, and this product is made by Achille Interactive. Invisalign system is made by Aligner as a Align technology for orthodontic treatment. RDR is response algorithm from drug repositioning and rescue. Lantern Pharma has made this. Another milestone into the history of the digital therapeutic is Ability MySight. That is basically the tablet which are released or monitored by the sensor made by Otsuka America Pharmaceuticals. That is basically a digital pill with Proteus. The case study of this formulation will be discussed in detail. Because these are the softwares may act as a medical devices. So the Blue Star is one of the product which is cleared by FDA, made by the company Beldoc for digital health solution to managing the diabetes. So many products coming in the market, so many products, more than 100 are available in the market. We have to look into the different aspect of their applications into different treatment. How this AI digital world is monitoring the patient. We came across one smartphone app made by the company Medopad in collaboration with Tencent Holding. They made an AI-based algorithm which is part of the smartphone app. The advantage of this app is to monitor the patient remotely and even to conduct a motor function assessment of the patient. So this smartphone camera is going to capture the images and monitor how the patient is opening and closing their hands, how the limbs are moving of the patient, and out of that, it can predict the severity of the symptoms. Now, doctor or the physician at the level of its hospital can monitor how the patient is working and can even change or modify the drug process. This smartphone app has another advantage to raise an alarm when the condition of the patient is not good. So if any checkup is required, it will make an alarm that goes to the physician, and that management is possible by the physician. Even this technology is reducing the patient cost for traveling back and forth to the clinic, so that remotely it can be monitoring the patient. We have the interventions, we have the innovations which are gaining pace and changing the pharmaceutical industry. The product lifecycle management of any pharmaceutical product and services has been modified by this means of digital technologies. We have the solutions in the form of digital for different core products and the services. The new innovations which are made patient-centric, we have to make this technology to enhance the stakeholder experience, mainly the patients, and we have to comply with the intrinsic value change by digital technology, looking into the different regulatory agencies. Main focus where we can work, that is the adoption of the digital tools, novel method of the drug development by these digital technologies, going to improve and efficient manufacturing methodologies and the techniques, and finally, we are going to augment the pharmaceutical supply chain if we are using this digital technology for the pharmaceutical world. So many companies are working into this area. Peer Therapeutics we discussed, Abbott, Novartis, Lupin, Roche, Otsuka Pharmaceutical, Omeda, Vita Health, Biopharmis, all these companies are working towards making this digital therapeutics around the clock. Taking few examples from this digital technology, the Bayer Pharma is working towards the drug development. They have made the in silico model, which are based on artificial intelligence and machine learning to find out the different physicochemical and pharmacokinetic endpoints of the drugs. Google DeepMind Health, they have partnered with Moorfield Eye Hospital, London. They are making a technology to address macular degeneration in aging eyes. Biotech company Budge, that is finding using the AI to develop a diagnostic and therapeutic treatment, including the oncology. Novartis has launched Biome India, that is the digital innovation, a game changer research in the pharmaceuticals. Nowadays, cutting edge technologies for innovative products, patients and healthcare providers are utilized to improve the operational efficiency, and many more strategies are applied into this digital technologies. This digital technology is solely based on the data. Data happens to be playing the vital role because that is named to be as the new currency or the new oil. If you look into any of the factor into when it comes to the pharmaceuticals, either it is a sales and marketing, either it is a clinical trial, drug discovery and development, regulatory and management, drug utilization, reactions in the targeted medicines, even to reduce the cost of the drug, data play an important role. This data to be collected from the different patients, from the different regulatory agencies can be helpful to make strategies for innovation in this pharmaceutical sector. We have seen and witnessed the regulations of our traditional products, either they are the tablets or the sustainable formulations or the new implants, or we can say the traditional or novel drug delivery systems. Same is happening with the digital therapeutics. Different legislations and the guidelines for this digital technology has been made possible so that it cannot adversely affect one to another, because these regulatory aspects may be going to modify it from one country to another. US FDA is focusing on alternative approval process depending upon the function and characteristics of this digital technology. Two basic aspects they are looking into: the 21st Century Cures Act and the Center for Devices and Radiological Health, that is CDRH, is the wing of US FDA, which is publishing the risk-based approaches to assist in existing devices. We are looking into the repurposing of our previous devices as well as the formulations by the software modifications for pre-marketing submissions 510K. So we have the Digital Health Center of Excellence in the US FDA, which is looking into the connecting and building the partnership with the pharmaceutical firms, sharing the knowledge with the new digital technology, and finding the innovating the regulatory approaches for their approvals. When coming to the European Union, the Innovation Task Force, which is a multidisciplinary group focusing on emerging therapies and the technologies and their applications for innovative aspect of product development, and depends upon the digital technologies. They have CMPH, which is used for digital therapeutic group. They have published a draft, the qualification of digital technology based methodologies to support approval of medicinal products. Legally, they are also looking into the medical devices legislations, ICH guidelines, ethical aspect, ISO standards, as well as data protection. It has been observed that Japan regulatory landscape is much ahead upon other regulatory aspects. In November 2014, they realized that they need of revision of their PMD Act so that the regulations can be added for software as a medical devices. And 14, they adopted it for the first time. Then they published their guidance for application of this SMD approval in 16, and in 2020, they adopted the improvement design with approval of timely evaluation of notices so that it can facilitate the post-approval update in the medical devices. In March 21, they released the new guidelines whether software constitute a medical devices or not. And now working on the DASH, the digital transformation action strategies that MHLW and PMDA, they have their dedicated office for SAM development. One product released by the company Cup App Incorporation in Japan, that is CureApp. It is named to be as the world first medical device regulatory approval of digital therapeutic app for hypertension purposes. Japan pharmaceutical and healthcare system is well regulated and influenced by the private companies, insurance, as well as the healthcare providers. When coming to the India, India has recently, the last year, framed the guidelines for the purpose of these digital products. It has been given at AI and ML based devices. So they are in the process of adoptions and using the practices of framework of artificial intelligence and machine learning, their qualification, their risk assessment, and their software with multiple functions, finding the alternate way of digital health, as well as pre-submission consultation for this digital product. Different companies are working together, even that happens to be digital health, artificial intelligence, machine learning, or the robotic surgery as well. Major aspect with us is the challenges. How these products are developed, how these products are marketed, how these products are utilized, transparency and governance of this is mandatory part of this. Either the regulatory bodies are unable to clear or the giving the approval of the product, or due to any of the lack of the guidelines, they are delaying in giving the approval for these digital therapeutic products. Few uncertainties are specifically there for the pre-marketing to the post-marketing of this new product and the existing product. Like any medical devices, when made with software as a medical devices, whether that includes preclinical evidences, clinical evidences, even as well an unexpected spin-off marketed product. At this moment of time, regulatory initiatives are mandatorily required to manage and stimulate the pharmaceutical product, and as well as the processes of the same which are associated with the digital technologies. Another challenge come into the picture, that is competitor price and the product initiatives. During the COVID-19, we have witnessed that we have infrared thermometers which are used for even a temperature monitoring. Whether that product is ISO marked, whether that product is a regulated product, whether that product has been certified by the different agencies. Uncertified pricing, uncertified product pricing and product initiative give also challenge to those who are working with this new technology. Again, when we have made a software as a medical devices, how its technology will be transferred, how the new challenges which are coming in the picture will be taken well care by the different parts, because it is a multidisciplinary task where we have the persons from the computer background, and persons from the pharmaceutical background. Ethical objections, ethical approval, ethical system, looking into the part of their fundamental legislative and regulatory developments. When we are making a pharmaceutical product, the first challenge comes to be the GMP. When these products are made automated, whether it is a good automation manufacturing practices or good manufacturing, artificial intelligence, machine learning practices compliance, that is the part of the future which will be assistant to these products. All regulatory authorities have some limitations and intricacies when looking into the concept of their approvals. Monitoring the supply chains for each and every product, which is digitally and software based, they can be looked by into the systems. Policymaker has also looked into the control of the price. Nowadays, we know in India, only we have the price regulations. But when it comes to the price regulations of the digital product, which are ISO marked, which are certified product, which are approved by the regulatory agencies, they may not be at par with the other companies. Production and their process interruptions. Because we are making a product which is made by the digital system, digital technologies, and this by the system, cybersecurity issues, data integrity issues are. Hacking of that system which is making the product, which is making the process feasible may be possible, and which may hamper the product production. Some another frauds like adverse publicity, news coverage, counterfeited digital transformation in product and process, as well as inability to obtain protection by IPRs are the major challenges for the pharmaceutical firms as well as the patients to get into this product for their utilization. What we need the integration of Internet of Things and healthcare platforms. We have to change our mindset from limited innovation to major ones. We need the technical training for the staff working in the pharmaceutical firms, as well as making the patient awareness towards this digital product. Finally, coming to the case study, Ability My Site, which is marketed by Otsuka Pharmaceuticals. It is basically a tablet with a sensor. This is a aripiprazole tablet having the strength of 2 milligram, 5, 10, 15, 20, and 30 milligrams, and is a prescription medicines. This tablet consists of IEM, ingestible event marker. That is basically a sensor which is used for the treatment of schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and MDD, that is major depressive disorders. So the whole set of this Ability My Site contains 30 tablets. It consists a My Site patch along with one reusable data port and 7 disposable adhesive strips. These adhesive strips are required to make this possible to stick on the stomach part. One app we are using, that is setup card, that by means of Bluetooth or through email we can download it, and that can be connected with this card. There is a one guide and one bag for all these materials. Now there is a port and a adhesive strip. When these join together, it shows the green light. Green light means this patch is ready for the use on the stomach. When green light shows, we can pair the patch with our app through the Bluetooth by our mobile phone. And the setup has been made in such a way that this patch system, the pairing work, will work up to 1 year. When the pair is in success, now every week you can change the adhesive strip, because 7 disposable adhesive strips are given this, and we can refill the smart kits. So at the required mood elevations, as for the required that psychotic disorders, as for the app plan, amount of the drug to be released to the patient that can be monitored and justified by this sensor. So these digital therapeutics have been witnessed their application by the physicians as well as the patient present in the market. The future lies with digital therapeutic products. Regulation of these products is a major concern. The regulatory authorities are coming the different regulatory guidelines for their regulations and the approval as well. Future lies with the software as the medical device, software as the formulations. Thank you so much for your patience for listening.
Thank you, sir, for your flawless and informative talk. As sir has rightly said that digitalization of healthcare is an emerging new standard for healthcare practice, providing medical care to patients remotely, which comes with various opportunity along with its own challenges. Now we will be taking queries from the participants and the session is open for queries. Just a second. I think we have one. So we have a question from one of our participants.
Yeah.
What is the role of academia in therapeutics?
Right. What we find that this informations is usually spreaded and taught by the academics, right? Like we are looking into the regulatory challenges. So when this comes to the academia that these products are coming to the market, a little bit research can even be done at the academic level. Our PhD scholars are working into this here. I'm happy to share here that one of the student is working into the PhD for digital therapeutics and one is working towards the e-clinical trials. So that way we can look into these insight, what can be done, and a small scale pilot study testing can be done at the academic level, and then further this can be transferred to the industry level as well.
Okay, sir, thank you. We have another question from one of our participants. Like new technologies are costly. So won't they drive the increase of healthcare costs?
When coming to the country like India, we are basically dependent upon the low price drugs. We have the system of pricing regulation only in India. US, EU, they don't have such pricing regulations as well. So as these products are specifically the costlier one, but as happens so, our pricing regulation can regulate their product and the pricing as well. And hope so that these digital products like we are using now, I can simply say the blood pressure device. Earlier we used to have made from the mercury and we are using it. Now we have the digital one. I think so nowadays, IR thermometers and this monitor, BP apparatus is the part of the life of each and everyone, available in all the homes. Nowadays, we are going to be monitor the blood sugar and the hypertension by a strip, by a band, a wristband, we can say. So these technologies which are coming up, they might be costly in the starting, but by the pace the different companies adopt it, they are making it that becomes less costlier and the price can even be regulated by the regulatory agencies as well.
Okay, sir. We have one more question. Is there any scope of digital therapeutic in India? This is also from one of our participants.
Like into the COVID-19 scenario, you might have seen the digital product available in the market, right? So same is happening. These product ability, my site, this iPipazole tablet with sensor is available in Indian market as well. So how many psychotic disorders like QAP made by the Japan soon will find that is available in the US, EU and the Indian market as well. So definitely they have the scope, and CDSCO has made their guidelines what are the AI and ML based devices.
म्यूट हो गया सर आपका.
India is the major market or major hub for pharmaceuticals. So definitely they will go to the digital era as well, and they will produce some digital therapeutics for the world as well. Kiran, you are muted one.
So we have one more question: how digital transformation is reshaping the healthcare?
Like I can say, if any treatment, any diagnosis, they are making it, any lifestyle, they are making it digitally. So the future is with digital. Initially, I said our all world is becoming digital. Like
Yes.
our email has spam filter. Who decided that these mails are going to be spam? Thing behind these emails, that is the digital AI system devices, or we can say the programs, computer programs, which are doing it. Same is happening with our choice. We go to the Google and look into the different market sites and look into the design. Same is happening with our pharmaceutical formulations, and that must be digital driven in future as well.
I think we have this much of the questions. Thank you, sir, for generously sharing your time and expertise. And I'm sure our participants, they have packed a lot of information in a short time. And we are also thankful to all our participants for their active participation. And I think any other questions, someone? I think Atin sir is speaking.
Yes,
Sir, you are mute.
good morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
It was really an insightful session from your side, sir. And we all are really thankful that you have taken time out to, share these views and the regulatory framework, the present regulatory framework. Uh, thanks for sharing all your knowledge. I always consider you as, what should I say, the plethora of knowledge you have to share with the students, the faculty members. So thanks again for taking your time out, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much to you and Dr. Sadana for inviting me for this workshop. Thank you so much.
Sir, I think sir is mute. Sir, you are mute.
Okay.
Sadhana, sir.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Professor Harish. I know you are a very busy person, and taking out some time for us and for the benefit of the faculty members, because the faculty that is joined here is from different places, from different universities, different colleges. Some are from industry also. So your expertise and your talk will be very useful for them. So thank you very much for taking your time out, and it is nice meeting you after a long time, though virtually. Let us see if we can physically someday.
Sure,
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you all. Have a nice day.
For second
And we
session,
will be continuing with our second session afternoon at 2 p.m. So
No,
kindly
we have
join
one
with
more
us.
session.
no.
It will resume
Dr.
by?
Asim.
Right. So we have one more lecture from 11:45.
Okay. Sorry.
So,
Yes, we are going to start with that session.
Right.
And,
Okay, we'll be starting
so-
with the new session. Thank you.
Just
No,
within
no
a minute
issues.
or
Yeah,
two, we'll be having our next lecture.
Okay.
So I'll request all the participants to please keep connected. So we'll be having our next lecture.
And participants, please make sure that all of you are attending each session. And as Dr. Asim has just informed you that within few minutes, we are starting with the next session for the morning duration this time around. And post lunch also, there will be one session. So please be around in maybe few minutes time. We are going to start the second talk for the morning session. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Slide is visible. It is moving, sir. Yes, sir. Slide is visible. And it is moving also. Can you listen me, sir? Srikanth, sir? Can you listen me, sir? Slide दिख रहा है, sir.
ये देखो अब आ रही है आवाज?
Yes, sir. We can listen you. Slide is visible.
वीडियो आ रहा है?
Slide is visible, sir.
Slide is visible. Now my video is coming.
Video is not coming,
No.
sir.
I mean, my picture is not coming. I have stopped sharing.
Sir, maybe you are muted, basically.
No. Sound is coming. Video is on.
Video is on?
Yeah. Video means my picture is coming.
Yeah. Your
My
video.
picture is.
It is not coming, sir. Your.
My picture is not coming.
No, sir.
It is coming, sir.
Picture
Yes.
is coming?
My photo is coming.
Yes, it is coming.
Okay.
क्या हो गया, चला गया क्या?
Slide has gone, sir.
No, I have stopped sharing now. So I want to see the. Yeah, my picture is coming now.
Yes, it is coming.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Thank you for inviting me.
We thank you for coming and sparing your valuable time for benefit of participants. It's great to
It's
have
my-
you here.
It's
Your
my
topic
pleasure.
is very, your topic
it's
is
my
very
pleasure.
apt and very, the topic will be very beneficial for the pharmacy teachers or the chemistry teachers or
Yeah.
everybody. So welcome to this FDP, sir.
So should I start?
Sir,
Yes.
just
Dr. Asim will be
take a few minutes to just introduce our respected coveted
So
guest.
just I'm switching off the video, and once you will finish my introduction, then I will start sharing, right?
Right, sir. Right.
Okay.
So good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you all for the second lecture of first session of day 4. So we have with us our coveted and respected guest, Dr. Srikanth. Dr. Srikanth did his PhD in synthetic organic medicinal chemistry from Department of Medicinal Chemistry, Naipar, Mohali. He is having over 20 years of experience in synthetic medicinal chemistry and analytical techniques. His area of research interest is synthesis of structurally diverse organophosphorus compounds, heterocyclic molecules, and synthesis of new chemical entities having patented pharmaceutical interests. And further, he is also being associated with teaching assignment in Naipur Mohali. And he has he has published numerous peer-reviewed articles, journals in international journals of reputes. And he's serving as a scientist grade 1 in Naipur Mohali. Currently, he's serving as scientist grade 1. And just to mention some of his accolades and achievements, I'll be mentioning just now. So he has received as an external subject expert as audit panel member in North India for appointment as Central Drug Standard Organization, Government of India. And he has also received the Best Scientific Research Support Award in 2010 in Naipur Foundation Day. He has further received an entry in the most cited, one of his articles is highly cited and which was earlier published in Journal of Organic Chemistry. And up to now, it is having 375 citations. He has further also involved in the development of various active pharmaceutical ingredients in Naipur Mohali. So with this, I would like to call upon our respected guest, Dr. Srikanth sir. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Asim, for inviting me and a nice introduction. I would also like to thank Dr. Sardana for inviting me for this important sharing my concept, my opinion. Yeah, my topic of this today talk is good afternoon. First, I would like to tell good afternoon all the participants. My topic is something different with the current ongoing research talk. Everybody is talking the respective research talk. So I am going to talk something which I have
for all the research scholars.
All the research scholars, all the faculty members, whosoever and the participant, all are talking their research topics. But I'm going to talk something which is always missing in your talk. Nobody care this topic, the general safety in the chemistry lab. I have spent my number of years since in the professional life. So I feel that I should share my opinion, and that is very important aspect of this professional, your career in pharmacy life. All of you are the pharmacy warrior, healthcare warrior. You know the importance of safety in your lab, what you do in the lab. And of course, that the bridge between the second topic, that your routine healthcare and well-being with the safety, I would like to say that how this bridge can be minimized to make the better productivity in your life, daily, day-to-day life, right? So start with this topic. I would first try to tell you that what is the background to select this topic. The topic, you every now and then you keep finding that different lab have the fire incidents. Recently, 2 days ago, there is a big fire here in the Chandigarh PGI. Lots of problem, lots of incidents happen, which is very unwanted. So these kind of regular happening in the laboratory, the well-equipped laboratory, inspired me to share the safety issues. And secondly, that your day-to-day life, hurry and curry, inspired me to discuss about your well-being and how to make bridge among these two things, how the safety concerns and how your daily day-to-day life. So first, I would like to tell you in the first part of my presentation, I will tell the in-depth about the safety issues of laboratory, specifically the chemistry laboratory, because I am associated with the chemistry laboratory, and all the pharmacy research scholar faculty have the advantage and the privilege to go in the lab, and please share your concern of the safety, and so that it will be useful in day-to-day working to increase the productivity. So the first part, I will focus on the safety issue. After finishing the safety issue, whatever the important thing I will tell you, I will show one small video to summarize all things and to remember in a right spirit. And later on, I will try to make a bridge of your daily day-to-day life to well-being of your life. So come to the first topic, general. I think this thing is causing problem on that. Can you remove this thing from the screen? That the line.
Which one, sir?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the first topic, the general issues and awareness towards safety and good laboratory practices. Okay, so regarding safety, once your session is started, every session in the college, in the institution, there should be some safety hygiene, chemical hygiene plan. There should be basic training to the students, to the every single member, irrespective of their positions. They must have some training program of basic of the laboratories. They should know what this laboratory does, what this laboratory have, what kind of instrument is there, what kind of chemicals is there, what is in the instrument, what is in the lab, and they must know their use, how to keep this system in functional. So knowing this, first of all, in the starting of the session, introduction of laboratory is very important. And this aspect of the safety, the other point like general safety, safe handling of chemicals, their storage, and the most important, their waste management with the compliance of the regulatory body. And in case of any emergency, so we have a chemical hygiene plan to make this equipped all the every single member of the laboratory to ready to face with. And then of course the next point, that the coordination in the lab management, this is very common. So start with, slide is not moving.
It is a general issues and awareness slide.
Slide is not moving.
Now, sir, check.
Slide is not moving.
I think, sir, you stop slideshow and then I think slides will move then. Right, sir, right.
Is it coming?
It is first slide now.
So some problem is there.
Now it is moving.
Moving?
The slide is this general issues and awareness
Not moving.
towards safety.
Slide is not moving. Yeah, moving. Is it moving?
No, sir, it has not moved.
So I have to adopt the same way Dr. Dureja has done.
Right, sir, right. Introduction
Right.
to the laboratory. Yes, sir. Now it is coming.
This way, is it visible?
It is visible, sir.
So this is a technical issue anyway.
Huh,
So in the start, so
yes, sir.
Okay, I'm continuing. So introduction of the laboratory. So every laboratory, there should be the pasting of each member of the laboratory. There should be their mobile number, their emergency contact number, their address, everything should be mentioned. First of all, each and every members of the laboratory or the lab or the department must aware of the laboratory structure surrounding various facilities, common responsibility they should distribute among each other. They must aware of the hazards associated in the laboratory and what are the different instrument, what are the different chemicals, what are the different type of equipment available in that. And most important, they should know the important number, emergency number of the laboratory. This is the mandatory requirement of every session starting in the laboratory, and so that, and in case of any problem arising, all the members should know that what to follow. So there should be some rule regulations of job card, so anyone can fulfill the requirement of this job to be done and submit the right place and need to follow up. This is the introduction of the laboratory, should be started in the beginning, right? So after the introduction of the laboratory, one should come to the in-depth information of the laboratory, that is what is the hazardous, what is the different kind of hazardous, or what is the different kind of important constituent available items in the lab, how to keep it, how to discard it, and how in the case of any emergency, how to handle this problem, right? Now moving, slide is moving now.
Yes, sir, moving. It is moving.
Yeah, okay. So start with every good thing. If you think in the proper manner, everybody is expected that they have the good attitude, good absorbing capacity, good habit, behavior. But it is not possible that like शरीर के हाथ की पांचों उंगली एक जैसी नहीं होती. So everybody cannot be the same responsibility or attitude. But I would like to request that every member of the research fraternity, or the faculty members, or whoever faculty members guiding the students, you must communicate them that whenever you do any work in your life, at least during that work, you should be sincere enough to handle this job. So this is expected for any students or any member of the laboratory to have the good absorbing capacity and sincerity during the lab. Okay. So after these expectations, so we should plan a course, a crash course of 1 week or so of this initial basic training that contains students should know how to keep clean the lab, how to distill the solvent, how to purify the compounds, how to run the different equipments, how start their equipments to just you check your manuals of the equipments. Like you must know the budgeting requirement, your budget of your lab, how like you should have some logbook of the instrument there where you can mention for particular time you have used this instrument, or if is there any downfall in your system is not working, you can mention your feedback, or either good or bad, what problem you are facing. You can just you can note down that the status of your chemical stock in your laboratory. So these kind of basic things means that how to keep that chemicals that is hazardous to you, or that is the normal chemicals, the different aspect of your laboratory, there should be some chemical hygiene plan, and this should be implemented in very initial level at the starting level. Again, as a synthetic chemist, I would also like to that there must be some basic knowledge of the students that any compound they is handling with, they must know that whether it is how to analyze this compound. He must know ABCD of that compound functionality, so that he can keep that compound in the proper manner. So making this hygiene plan active, this will increase the awareness and the safe their careness to the hazard associated with this. This training will reduce the illness, injury, but also increase the worker efficiency and of course their mental confidence, right? So after this hygiene plan, there should be some thumb rule they must adopt into the lab, like no food and beverage. Smoking is allowed into the lab. Every member of the lab must aware where is the first aid kit is kept. First aid kit must, and most important, everyone should know what kind of medicine available in that first aid kit. They must aware about the spillage kit. They should aware about the blanket where it is kept in case of any fire incidents. That blanket is of most important use. Okay, so they should also aware that how much amount of the solvent should be kept into the laboratory. They know that how the lab can be cleaned in and make the lab in organized. Like there should be some 15 days to 1 month, there should be some housekeeping meeting where you can, the first session that you can keep cleaning, and the second session there should be the lab meetings, so that they can discuss the problem facing to handle this organized laboratory. And most important, no one should allow to work into the lab single. Never unattended lab, and work always in the team. At least 2 persons should be there, so that in case of any emergency, one can report, one can save the others, right? So these basic things, these are the important labels, posters in the any chemistry lab or any lab, irrespective of biology lab. There should be some important posters, informations. So if you do not have the time to share every basic things, at least poster will reflect the important information to the students, and they can understand this is prohibited, this is acceptable. So this is of great help. This is, although this is very small basic things, but this is of great importance in any chemistry lab or any other labs to make this lab very productive and safe. So most important thing, to make things safer, your working place is safer, you have to follow various do and don'ts, right? So these are the do and don'ts. Always wear the shoes in the lab, wear the lab coat, and that lab coat should be closed. It's not like open, that may create another problem. Remove protecting cloth in public, so that is also applicable. Use the proper personal protective equipment. So what are the different laboratory wear that you have to use, and not only use the proper size that is applicable to you only. It's not like that you can use of another one, that will be the more problematic. So these are the important don't and do's. These I was talking about the protecting equipment. These are the specific wears that you have to take care and use regular basis into the laboratory to keep safe you, right? And this is very common. Okay, so after using this protective care unit, the equipment, these are the different installations. Every single member should be aware of that safety installation. Where is the fire extinguisher has been kept? Where is the first aid kit? What medicines has been kept in that first aid kit? Whether it is expired or not? What is the minimum medicines is required? Unless until you are aware of the place and use, so you cannot use in case of emergency. So these kind of environment installations available in your lab, every single member should be aware of that. You must be aware of that, the emergency security officer number, lab in charge. So that is what I told in the first slide, that in the main gate of your laboratory, there should be this important information must be kept. Apart from this universal number of that fire, police, these are the very universal number, but this is more useful for you to keep this number intact always, so that in case of any emergency, so I mean that every single member of the laboratory should be aware of that installation, which is applicable directly or indirectly for the safety concerns. Like this, shower and eye wash. This is of great importance in any chemistry lab. Unless until you have this stuff installed, how you will use it? And I guess in the country like India, most of the, almost 90% of the lab do not have these installations. So these are the important installations. I would suggest that the members, audience, that these kind of installations you must aware your students or researchers so that they can use this in the case of emergency. And suppose is any fire is happening, you know that is fire, but you do not know that the basics of fire, what kind of fire happened, catch fire in the lab. So this type of fire, you also aware the basic. I'm not telling you go in depth knowledge of the fire, but at least the type of fire, like fire is associated with solid, fire is associated with a solvent available in your lab, fire is associated with your metal, or associated with some electrical fire. Unless until you are aware of different type of fire, you won't able to help either yourself or others. So make sure this type of installation and type of fire extinguisher available in your lab to use it at right time, which type of fire extinguisher you can use in case of any emergency fire, right? Likewise, going to further depth, the basic training, you must aware that the hazardous associated with the different type of chemicals available. It is whether it is peroxidizable, oxidizer, corrosive, flammable. So you should be aware of it. You must aware, if you are working in some biology lab, you should aware of that, the hazardous associated with the different items available in your lab. You must aware the physical hazardous as well. Suppose you are working and some water fall down or some chemical is fall down on the floor, that you can, there is a possibility you can slip there. There is some electricity problem, trips and falls. So you have to take care of this physical hazardous. You must be aware. You always serious. You have to be attended whenever you are working into the laboratory, because it can minimize, it can increase your safety concerns. So it can decrease your safety concerns and it can increase your safety level of the laboratory. So, and most important nowadays, there is a 24/7, you are using the radiation hazardous, that is mobile, you are associated with it. That is also very harmful. Use it. You cannot avoid all the time, but use with minimum requirement. Whenever it is necessary, then only use. Otherwise, it is very harmful nowadays. Every 1 persons in 100 having some sort of, you can say that the radiations problem, number of cancer cases is increasing because of this increased uses of laptop or the cell phone devices. So these hazardous, you should aware of that. Going further details in the chemicals hazardous, you know that chemical hazardous should be reactive, toxins, corrosive, flammables. So you handle it very carefully. And as far as chemical hazardous is concerned, the most important thing that is freely available everywhere in the public domain, either use any catalog, you go to the internet, anywhere in the chemistry domain, you will find publicly free of cost what kind of chemical means. You should know that MSDS data, material safety data sheet. You should know this sign, what kind of use, that if it is yellow means it is reactive, if it is red it is fire hazardous, it is blue color sign is there, then health hazard, or this sign it is means it is reactive with the water, and the number suggests that the extent of hazard associated with it, if it is number is 4, hazardous level extent is severe. So likewise, any chemicals hazardous associated or available in your lab, you must check, you cross check with the MSDS data, which is freely available in public domain internet. You can check that the hazardous associated with it. Okay. So like further details, that if you have the peroxide, you should handle accordingly because that may explode. You have some oxidizer that may catch fire. Corrosive material can itch your skins. So you have to take care of these hazardous of the chemicals. Suppose you're handling, even in the biology lab, these kind of chemicals are available in almost all chemistry biology lab. So if you are aware of the corrosiveness nature of these acids, you will keep into the proper cabinet that must be having the exhaust facility, that the efficient exhaust facility available. Otherwise, if you do not use the proper cabinet where exhaust proper ventilation is there, you may face this kind of hazardous on your skin. That is very unwanted thing. So please take care of these chemicals and keep safe with the associated MSDS data. Based on that particular chemical hazardous, these are the important deadliest chemical in the world. I have collected something. That ethylene glycol everybody use in the laboratory in the rotary evaporator. Are you aware that how much hazardous chemical it is? It is very hazardous chemicals. So you all about the potassium cyanide, you know that azide chemicals. So these are the different chemicals. If you are available in the lab, if these are available in the lab, please handle very carefully. This slide, most of you are aware that nowadays everywhere you are listening about the explosion nowadays in Gaza. So this kind of chemicals, if sometime or with by any mean you are interacted with this chemical, please use with extreme care. This is highly explosive. Trinitrotoluene, triazine, these kind of chemicals, ammonium nitrate. So this, if unless until you have MSDS data information or the basic knowledge how to know, so how you will keep safe with these chemicals, right? Likewise, the chemical hazardous, I have also incorporated a small slide or single slide for biological hazardous, right? But this is right, some biology background people will tell more about this thing, that you have to assess the risk associated with the biology lab, and whatever the warning signs, posters, labels you have to put into the lab. There should be some segregated areas to work all the different kind of work. You have to wear the protecting cloth, safety, you have to use safety cabinets. So hazardous associated with the biology lab, you must aware of that. Likewise, the biological hazardous, you must aware of the electrical hazardous. Every persons, even in the house, are negligent with the using of the power switches, avoid the loose fittings. But in the chemistry lab or in your laboratory, you cannot avoid this negligence. You have to take care. You have to use UPS in all equipment. Otherwise, your equipment will lost. Will start malfunctioning. You will have loss of fund loss. So please take care of these associated electrical hazardous. And these electrical hazardous can cause fire also. So in case of fire, you must aware that what type of fire extinguisher you can use. You cannot use water in universal. If you use fire, it will create another big problem. So you should aware of this hazardous associated with the electrical hazardous. And after knowing the basic introduction, basic training of all lab containers, lab constituent, lab ingredients, you should know how to store this thing and how to, after using it, how to dispose this thing, right? And when it comes the storage and disposal, then also comes the term, the regulations. What are the rule, regulation, position to keep these chemicals and discard this chemical? So you also need to aware the regulation, regulating body guidelines to implement, to execute this storage and wastage of the chemicals. Use these chemicals. So start with this, how to do that. So use carriage box, carry splitting plate, spillage plate, where you have to keep your cylinder. Like most of the time you will see in the laboratory, attendant using the cylinder by handling with a simple hand, not using this carrying cylinder vehicle. So this kind of thing you utilize, you implement in your day-to-day life in the laboratory, during working in the laboratory. If you have your lab have the water reactive material or pyrophoric materials, that must keep into the inert environments, keep somewhere where the hygroscopic chemicals should be kept in the safe in the dry area, right? And that all information you can get from MSDS data. Now come to the labeling and storage of that chemicals. Ensure that storage area is completely dry and well ventilated. This is the basic requirements of any chemical storage. This must happen. This, you cannot afford the lab chemistry where chemical lab is there. There is the damp, there is a seepage, there is electrical possibility of electrical fire or loose connections. So make sure your storage area is dry and well ventilated. Store chemicals away from heat source and post science chemical storage areas. Store liquid bottles in spill trays. There might be small bottles. Keep into the spill tray with the labeling of the different chemicals and the hazardous or the dangerous signs associated with it. Based on the MSDS data, you must put label on that. All containers, regardless of hazard, must be labeled, right? Multiple small container keep into the tray, and hazardous of new compounds should be understood before making it. So start with any chemicals using, you must check, double check with their associated hazardous before using it. Otherwise later on, once हाथ से निकल जाएगा चीजें, एक बार मिस हैपनिंग हो जाए, then you cannot come back. So before starting use of any chemicals, you first check their safety. What is the basic safety requirements to use it, right? So come to the point, the next, waste management. Whatever you use, you store, and after using, there is a big issue that how you discard it, how you, these waste collections. So you have to, there should be some particular rule regulation of segregations of wastage. Your waste have solid, your waste have liquid, your waste have halogenated solvent, your waste may be non-halogenated solvent, your waste may be cotton, that the capillary tube, that may be the different biological degradable substances. So you have to segregate the different kind of dustbin with the applicable norms of the regulated body to keep discarded in that disposal items, and that you have to, on the regular interval, you have to submit this discarded material at the collection center, which must be in every institution or industry. I guess that industry is accepting and adopting this thing on regular basis, but in academia, this is totally missing. We do not have any chemical hygiene plan or any waste management plan to minimize the safety issues, minimize the danger associated with the chemistry lab, right? So to using this thing, you have to get the NOC, no objection certificate, from the regulatory body that you are discarding your material with the right rule regulations, and your institution must have some chemical effluent treatment plant where you can treat your chemicals wastage to acceptable liquid material or the solid material which is acceptable to the environment, that is environment friendly. So your institution must have chemical efficient plant. So this waste management nowadays is compulsory for any institution which is handling different chemistry labs or biology lab, you have to make this management as per the guidelines of the regulatory body. So once you have learned the basic training, how to handle the instruments, how to use the chemicals, how to know their hazardous associated with the chemicals, keep them safely, negotiate them safely, store them safely, and waste, how to discard this waste. Then comes emergency response common sense. In case after knowing all these things or not knowing anything, something happen, how you will respond in your emergency conditions. This is the most important thing. So first you have to save yourself. Unless until you save, how you will save other? How you will help other? So first of all, save yourself and then others. If you are spiritually enough, you have very good kindness, you can save first the elders. So you must have, everyone have the emergency numbers, and you have the approachable, the alarm of the emergency conditions. You can call the safety officers, you can use the spill kits, kind of things that in the emergency conditions. I am very sorry that because of this, I cannot show some animations in my slide because I'm now not able to move the slide properly. Anyway, so this important aspect of the safety, you have to make a at a glance booklet that is chemical hygiene plan of different laboratory institution, and that should be approachable to the every member of this laboratory or your group, so that they can check, they can understand, they can read with their convenient time, and so that they can minimize the threat associated with the laboratory, right? So after knowing this thing, the safety features of the laboratory, there should be some small orientation program also should happen into the laboratory, which contains the different equipment, knowing the equipments, knowing their manuals, right? Most of the institution have different equipments. I belongs to the kind of institution where number of advanced instrument is there, and maximum number of instrument is not known to the most of the members of the lab of the or the institution. It is not always possible to make available information for the all instrument, but at least whatever equipments available in your laboratory, in that is going to applicable in day-to-day use, you must know how to use it, where their manuals has been kept, how to use it, what are the right way to use it, and in case of any problem, to whom you have to report. Many of you have no idea about it. So in a small slide, one slide, I have kept that for the information of different small equipments. Like many of you, you start working into the laboratory, you have not seen even the TLC viewing cabinet. You do not know the microwave synthesizer. This is the microwave synthesizer. This is the chromatography. You have heard about the chromatography, but this is the automated system of chromatography that you can isolate your product. This is rotary evaporator in lab, where you can evaporate your solvent and isolate your product. So this is melting point apparatus, this is magnetic stirrers, this is HPLC. So basic thing, how use, what is the basic application? You must know. It's not necessary that you need to know the in-depth application, but basic application, so that you can always is helping hand in case of any requirement. Your lab must have the fuming hoods. You know how to handle fuming, how to keep it clean, where how to use it, where you have to stand. You see there is the cabinet inside. This is ventilated cabinet. You can keep all your chemicals which is hazardous, right, which can itching your skin, that keep it in this cabinet. So these things you must aware of the lab. Many of you are not aware of the different common glassware. This is possibility. So you must be should be provided the information in the lab about this basic glassware apparatus into the laboratory, right? So after knowing these equipments and the laboratory details, there is the most important another aspect, that is coordination in lab management. This is the most important. You cannot achieve any goal unless until you have coordination, and coordination can only be reached when you have the regular lab meetings. You have regular means at least once in a month you have regular lab meetings, so that you can discuss your problems facing in laboratory management to get better output, right? And every member have some sort of responsibility should be given, and with the output their accountability should be fixed, because without putting responsibility and accountability in balance, you cannot get better result. So these things is also important. And of course you have to regard the hierarchy of the seniors, right? So altogether you can get your goal and minimize the hazards associated with your lab and increase the safety of your lab, right? So whatever I have talked to you, I have a small questions to just keep aware in the basic safety issues, small questions that I wish that everybody know the answers. Phenol is slowly leaking from a cracked bottle. It has speeded over the counter and onto your colleague leg. What is the first thing you will do? Call for assistance, get him for an emergency shower, have her remove her clothing, make her comfortable until help arrives. Of course, you know that. First, you have to run for the emergency shower. What should be your first response if you cut yourself with a place of broken glass? So you have to vigorously wash the cut with soap and water for several minutes. Then you have to follow the other necessary things, right? These are the other questions that also I think keep alarming for you. You will some taste that why it is important. Which of the following is true statement? Avoid wearing contact lens in the lab. I would also like to mention, I forget to tell you, apart from the different PPE, protecting equipments, protecting gloves, protecting dress, whatever you are wearing in the lab, you must remember that if anybody have nowadays fashion of removing the specs and using contact lens, if you wear contact lens, you have to be extra precautious. You must wear goggles with a complete seal of your eyes, because once your contact lens intact, you enter in the lab, have some hazardous, some itching started, it is very difficult to handle this kind of problem, hazardous. So avoid wearing contact lens in the lab, particular when dealing with the chemicals. So this questions is very much relevant nowadays in modern lifestyle. People prefer contact lens. So wearing contact lens is easy, but wear the goggles as well when you're working in the lab. What is the right way to smell chemical inside a tube? That is, create a fan motion to sweep the fumes to your nose, rather than to put your nose above the tube or put your nose to side to the tube. Which of the following chemicals can be used to neutralize split acid on the floor? Of course, I guess that everybody knows that sodium hydrogen carbonate, right? So I have tried to give some basic things which I assume that, in my opinion, most of you knowing this basic thing, but you never care these things. I have collected with the different resources that I have given the reference. And now to summarize these safety talks, I have a small video which I want to share with you, which will refresh you all my safety talk. Please see this safety video, and I guess that you will feel very helpful in your day-to-day working of the lab.
Sir, are you showing that video? Yes. Srikanth sir, are you there?
आवाज तो मैं म्यूट तो नहीं हूँ। वीडियो शो नहीं हो रहा, आप चलाओ फिर, मैं इधर से जा रहा है, इधर से तो क्लियर जा रहा है। मैं वीडियो रोकूं?
Yes, sir. Video is not getting streamed, I think. It is not coming.
This video is not visible.
No, sir. Video is not visible.
Can you run your video? I do not know why it is not happening.
Yeah, let me check.
Should I try one more?
Yes, sir. You can try one more.
Is it available now? Are you listening, watching?
I think, sir, you close this slide. Then your share screen will come.
Yes.
You close this slide, sir. The slides are still visible, sir. If you will close this, then you can stream that video.
Is it visible?
No, sir.
Can you run? Please run from my behalf. You have downloaded? There is some technical glitches. I do not know why it is not sharing. You are mute.
Slides have been removed. Now, if you will check, sir, whether it is coming.
Is it coming?
No, sir.
You run. You
Yeah,
have this.
I'm running it from my side.
Yeah. Just run after just finishing. I'm listening you.
It can also be a dangerous place.
Even I am not able to watch the slide, the video.
It's important, and so should you. Students are working in the laboratory.
Share it.
You will see this can be a very risky thing to do. Yeah, is it coming now?
No. Your screen is coming, but video is not coming.
Video is not coming.
Yeah, started.
Started?
Yeah, start with again, just back.
Okay, sir.
Back with start.
Yes, sir.
It is critical to get the victim to the eye wash station or the sink immediately.
Restart it.
Flush thoroughly. It is necessary to keep the eyes pried open. You should report the incident to your instructor immediately.
It is coming, sir?
Yeah, it is coming. Restart it.
Flammable liquids are nearby. Such liquids can easily catch fire or even explode. A moment's carelessness is all that is required for a fire to start. If the fire should start in a glass container, such as a beaker, put a solid object over the opening of the beaker. The fire will be smothered. It is crucial that you know where the fire extinguishers are located in your laboratory and how to use them. Never throw a lighted match in the trash. Should a fire break out, don't stand around and watch, but go immediately to the fire extinguisher. Pull the pin out that keeps the trigger locked. Remove the horn Aim it at the base of the fire and squeeze the trigger slowly to avoid blasting the gas from the extinguisher. If the fire is truly out of control, sound the fire alarm. To avoid the possibility of your hair or clothing catching fire, wear snug-fitting clothes and a hairnet to confine long hair. If your clothing should catch fire, do not run, because this will cause the flames to spread and burn even hotter. Instead, immediately roll on the floor to smother the flames. Another person should get the fire blanket, a lab coat, or jacket to put around you to smother the flames. Threats in the lab usually result from handling broken glassware. This student is using the properly designated receptacle to clean up a shattered beaker, but she forgot to use a dustpan and a brush. Like a burn, flush the wound under running cold water and call for assistance so that first aid can be administered. Any blood that has dripped onto the benchtop or floor should be treated with a 10% bleach solution. Wait 10 minutes to ensure complete disinfectant action, then blot up the residue with a paper towel. Minor burns and spills are much more common in the lab. It's important to think about what you are doing at all times and not let yourself be distracted while working. Glassware and other lab equipment may look unremarkable, but may be very hot. If you should get a minor burn, flush the burn under running cold water for at least 5 minutes. As with glassware, please don't throw waste chemicals in the trash can or down the drain. Waste liquids must be discarded in the designated receptacle, and solid chemicals must be placed into the solid waste container. Some of the chemicals that you may be using in the lab are very caustic, such as concentrated sulfuric acid. You should never walk around with an open beaker containing a corrosive chemical. This is very dangerous. A moment's inattention or diversion can lead to a truly serious accident. In the event of a spill like this, go to the emergency shower, remove your clothing, and dilute the acid. In a life-threatening situation, safety comes before modesty. When you are working with chemicals that give off vapors or bad odor, use the fume hood to protect yourself from exposure. Your work area should be clean and ready to use when you come to the laboratory. If it is not, clean the area before you start to work. After you have completed your experiments, return all items to their place. Wash all glassware and wipe down your benchtop before leaving the laboratory. Common areas, such as around the balances, must also be cleaned up. Remember, the single most important thing you must do in the lab is to wear your safety goggles. If you wear contact lenses, put a sticker on the left side of the goggles so that in the event of an emergency, the people helping you will realize that you are wearing contacts. Always wear your safety goggles, not dangling from your neck, not covering your forehead, but over the most vulnerable part of your body, your eyes. Following these important rules will help to make your experience in the laboratory both safer and more enjoyable.
Yeah, close. Should I share my screen?
Yes, sir.
So I
Thanks,
wish,
sir.
yeah, I wish that everyone has the taste of the importance of the safety in your day-to-day life working in the lab.
Sir, you have muted yourself.
So I wish now, are you listening me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I wish that everyone has got the taste of the importance of what is all about the safety in your lab, day-to-day working in the lab. Please take care every single day. Try to organize your lab. So whatever I have talked to you, might have, because of the some technical glitches, I'm not able to show some animations that emphasize my talk. But anyway, that's video have some important that aspect there of the safety you must have received, absorbed that. And at last I would like to tell that ये जिंदगी एक मिली है, जिंदगी नहीं मिलेगी दोबारा. So please take care of your safety concern in the lab and do your work with all sort of seriousness and honesty, sincerity, and of course with the safety. So now moving to the next part of my talk, which is very small, and this is my personal opinion. Nowadays it is very hot topic in the talk, in the every different aspect, different section of the society, that is quantum healing. So what I would like to make a bridge with these safety talks with your routine healthcare and well-being. This, I mean to say that unless until you have organized lifestyle, you are well-being in all aspect, all domain of your life, how you will feel balanced. Unless until you will balance, you won't feel positive, and you do not have the positiveness, you do not have the creativity, so you won't give attention on the right kind of attitude, right kind of working which is required in every day-to-day life. So the different balancing of the different domains of the human, you need a good earnings, you need, of course, jaan hai to jahan hai, you need a sound health. And nowadays in the life of hari bari and kari bhagdaud ki life mein, everybody have some ambitions, you need some position, some reputation, some status in the society. And of course this can only possible when you live in the society where cultural society is sound and peaceful. You cannot expect this kind of domain balancing in the space, a place like Gaza. You cannot feel like this place in the Kashmir or Ukraine. So this kind of balancing act of your different life requirement to altogether make the human well-being is required, right? And nowadays my slide is moving now.
It is moving.
Yeah. So the important thing that everybody is nowadays busy in hurry, worry, and curry. I guess that everybody understand that भाग दौड़ समय नहीं है हमारे पास. I am busy. I have to go there. I have to earn there. मेरी meeting है. मुझे ये करना है. मुझे वो करना है. But believe me, this is not true. Everybody have time. You do not want to think in the positive way because your balance, your mindset is not balanced. Your energy level of your body, your energy level of your chakras, your energy level of the different aspect of your human body is not balanced. That is why you are busy in the recipe of this kind of food, right? This kind of stress, modern lifestyle, and you feel proud telling मेरे पास इतनी महंगी कार है. So I'm busy. I do not have time to talk with these people. I have lots of number of meeting today. So these things make you more life complicated, and you are not balancing to deliver your job in better way that is acceptable to the society, more needy way. It is again not moving. I do not know why. Anyway. So these modern lifestyle have some problem. Sorry to say that because of the technicality, I am able to not move the slide. Anyway, so the well-being parameters, you know that the health is in all if you talk about your well-being in respect of the health, we all are the pharmacy warriors. We know that our importance that we have seen in the era of the COVID-19, that how the different aspect of healthcare plan, like the ancient Ayurveda Indian tradition, homeopathy, we know about the Unani process, Chinese, Japanese, Iranian, and the medical system, that modern medical system, which we generally proud of that the science बहुत आगे चली गई है, medical science बहुत आगे चलेगी, but still what we have done, हमने क्या कर लिया COVID-19 में? We again come to the Ayurveda. But I'm not going to talk here Ayurveda. I have no contradiction with any of this healthcare system. What I want to emphasize, my talk, this is my opinion, or few of the society section opinion, that there is a need of holistic approach of integrated healthcare system, which have the space of balancing this healthcare system with positive mindset, with positive energy balancing healthcare system. Means I am talking a terminology that is called quantum healing. Quantum means energy, healing your body, taking care of your body, taking care of your healthcare by means of energy. And that energy is sound energy, that is called quantum healing. And that quantum healing concept is balancing of this healthcare system by using some ancient protocol, that is yoga or mantra chanting. Mantra chanting is nothing. This is just healing yourself, healing others with the sound energy, right? Because all these systems which we are having, we are using with thousands of years, but we are still facing hurry, worry, and curry. We are using it with water nowadays and proudly saying that mere ghar mein RO laga hua hai. We are using RO, but are you aware that 90% of the people are suffering with the knee problem, joints problem? This is coming with this water RO. This coming with the fast food. This coming with the medicines that people are prodding that we are using good doctors, good hospital prescribed doctors, and we are using. And are you aware of that, the side effects associated with these medicines? Every 24/7 you are using mobile telephone, you have all sort of facilities, physical facilities, and you are using this thing every now and then. 24/7 you are using this thing, but again you are busy in hurry, worry, and curry, and you are having all sort of problem. You have no near about your well-being. You are still concerned, you are still stressed in living in life, and you have all sort of problem in life. But solution is with you. Solution that is freely available, but we do not have faith in it. So, my dear colleagues, you need to understand our old tradition, Vedic science, this holistic approach of Vedic science to integrated all healthcare system. We are the healthcare warriors. We all are healthcare professional. We have to understand, we have to absorb, we have to provide the space that each and every healthcare systems need to integrate. We have to take the positives of it and use with the right spirit. And the most important thing is that positivity and faith to adopt this system. Like, I would like to alarm your knowledge that how many you have aware of that you are everything. Last, I think 20 years, it is very common in every middle class of the Indian family or in the world that we are using RO water. Primarily it has been invented for the marine use, where the marine water need to be purified, where lots of toxic solid waste that is soluble in the water. But no, nowadays these all RO water is creating lots of trouble in your body. People are using water with the TDS value less than 100. That is creating most of your joints problem. WHO has advised that you should not use the RO water less than 500 in the normal circumstances in the society, with few exceptions, that you have to check that the quality of that water, that the available solid material should not contain some toxic element. But in general, 90% of the water available into the country are better, are easily, simply you need to use UV just to remove virus, UV or UF, ultra pure, ultraviolet, that's all. You need not to use reverse osmosis RO, which create the problem. It eliminates all the necessary element, all the necessary solid material that you can say all important. These elements, calcium, magnesium, zinc, these are very important in your body, bro. This is for your bone. So this you need to take care of RO. Whatever water you are using nowadays, very easily commercially available, this kit, you can utilize it, that can you use it in the home also. There is just normal guideline is available in that kit. You can check that what percentage of this good or bad toxins available there, and any water less than 500 TDS is acceptable for drinking. Only thing you have to use the simple filtrations and UV, ultraviolet rays, to kill the bacteria if it is possible available in the water, right? So you can check your water in your system, whatever using in your home or working place, right? Likewise, every now and then you are using fast food. These are the fast food. Every single fast food we are using Ajinomoto or monosodium glutamate. This is very injurious to health, right? This create fatigue, dehydration in the body, joint and muscle pain, burning sensation in the stomach, and this is very common. Every single person in the 10%, every single 1 or 2% having the same problem, because they have the culture of having this food nowadays. All the students, youth have this kind of problem because of the regular use of Ajinomoto. Please avoid using this thing on regular basis. Once or twice in a month is fine, but you are using toxins material in your body, right? So use the food, whatever cooked in the traditional way or what is suiting to you, using balancing your bath, pitta and cough, so that you have a healthy food. Again, everyone is using now, every single person have a doctor mindset. Almost 10 to 15 medicines, they have their own set of mind. They're using pain relief or any kind of problem creating. They have their own prescription mindset and they are using it now and then. And these are creating this kind of thing, very common, rashes, allergic, vomiting, diarrhea. So this thing you have to keep in mind. This, I'm not telling that you do not use it. Use it with proper guidance unless until it is necessary, mandatory to use it. But do not habitual of this thing, because this creating very problematic, and the side effects associated with this is imbalancing your energy levels of your body, and that creating lots of complications in your body. Every now and then you are using cell phone. You see that is it readable? Are you able to read that kind of hazardous associated with the cell phone?
It is very small, sir.
Yeah, problem is that the slide is not properly able to see. So I have collected some information from Science Journal that what kind of hazardous, what kind of toxicity you are generating in your body. I'm not advising you not to use it, but use it with some knowledge that when you have to use, minimize it use, because you are carrying the cancer suspect material all the time in your body. you use that Bluetooth added some device to minimize the radiations associated with your mobile phone. This is cancerous. This is creating lots of trouble in your body. This is creating impotency in your body. So minimize the use of this thing. I have one video also, but I'm sorry to say I cannot show you because neither I have sent nor typed. So these are the important type of advisory that use in this way. Try to minimize the applications of mobile. Right? Another aspect that almost everybody have the tendency of long sitting in the either your workplace or laboratory or wherever you are working at your home. So this is the right posture. Otherwise, you will have the backache or the cervical pain. So these are the basic things you have to follow day-to-day life. And this all is the different small, although it is small, but it is important aspect for your well-being. These are also important players. So keeping this view, this problem in every single day life, I would like to come this slide that we having a pharmacy professional of the healthcare system backbone, in what we do in this drug discovery area. We do, as far as drug is concerned, we are concerned about the energy minimizations. We do the interactions of the foreign material or drug material with the enzymes receptor available in your body to make the drug in receptor interactions to minimize the energy, and that molecule drug receptor interactions molecule parking into the enzyme area in your body to evaluate whether it is creating the effect which is desiring for inhibiting that negative effect, whatever the disease you are facing. So the main issue is that a drug discovery scientist, you are minimizing that energy of that molecule. But that the term I have discussed to you, that is the quantum healing, here we are not minimizing the energy. We are regularizing the energy. We are regularizing the different levels of energy. Everyone know that we have the different chakras in the body. Basically, this is the hypothetical junction of the different part of your body, starting from lower part to the head. That is first one, that is the lowest one, that is called Muladhara chakra, Swadhisthana chakra, that is at navel, that is Manipur chakra, that is at earth, that is Anahata, and afterwards this is Visuddhi, that is at your just behind the mouth, and this is Agya chakra, and this is Sahasrarth. These 7 chakra, this is the different 7 levels of energy. That is that energy levels you have to understand how to regularize it instead of the modern medical science. Modern medical science, the minimizing of energy, you have to balance this energy, and each energy level have some beach mantra, some chanting mantra to agitate it, to activate it, so that you can balance it, right? Nowadays, scientists have the belief in existence of God particle. So you have to make this beach mantra, this sound energy chanting, to regularize this energy level. And I have collected one information. You see the last slide, you are watching that this alignment, different chakra is aligned, and now this is not aligned. So the different disalignment of the chakra, which is very common in every person's, very rare persons have aligned chakras. So what I mean to say, in the due this new concept, this is also not new, this is very ancient Indian concept, that this regularization of chakras, you need to measure some digital device, how much this is disaligned, how much is disaligned, and how you can align to get better body absorber, so that you have best health system. So I have privileged to attend one seminar recently in the Raipur, that there is I have seen one system, BioWell GDV camera. This is a system which calculate the energy aura of your body. This system calculate the different levels of your chakras of your body, and based on altogether energy levels of your body, that creates the energy aura of your body. You are seeing this energy aura, and this energy aura and balancing, this balancing is measured by this instrument that is called BioWell GDV camera. There is some that robotic arm which fit into the that you can say the sensor into the finger, that calculate this energy aura. Based on that energy aura, you will able to tell that my energy level need to balance, or it is misaligned, or need to align. Based on that, you have to follow the certain rules, and this remedy the certain rules to align this energy level. You have to either follow the practices of yoga to make them balance, to make align properly in a single line, that you can imagine in a single line like this, okay? Or you have to practices energy chanting, which is different for every single chakras. Like for Muladhara chakra, that is called root chakra, is the sound energy that you have to practice lam. Likewise, Swasadhisthana chakra, you have to pronounce the chanting energy vam, apart from the yoga exercise. So you have to follow this, and that has been also measured, that what is the frequency of the different chakras, that you have to follow scientifically for the information that I would like to share you for the well-being. So for any human person, whosoever working either in the laboratory or working in any professional job or in the home, you need to balance energy levels, and to align these energy levels, these chakras, you have to practice different set of exercises, that is the different set of yoga and different set of energy, sound energy practices, that will make you feel better and your well-being, and you will feel better. So if better mind, positive mind, you will feel your work in better way. Thank you for patience. I am very sorry for the technical glitches. Many things I'm not able to see. I have a small presentation, but I cannot able to see it. Anyway, thank you for your patience. I'm already late.
So what a wonderful lecture it was. And I'm sure that participants also would have enjoyed a lot. Especially both the segments were very much relevant to nowadays, which is happening day to day in our life. So I have had a privilege of knowing sir personally. So I know his caliber and his potential. And we can say that he is a very much So apart from his research, he took this opportunity to deliver these topics because he thought these things are very important for research scholars and faculties to know, to how to basically handle the chemicals, the lab, what should be the standard operating procedures and everything. So before wind up, we have a couple of questions and the session is open to questions. So I would like to just call upon some questions that are being asked. One question is being asked by Himanshu. he said, sir, how to deal with hazardous solvents?
Yeah, first you have to segregate the hazardous solvent, and solvent is, although that is also chemical, that whatever the solvent you are using, you check. If you are not any assistance of your seniors, you check the MSDS data that is available. Suppose you are using dichloromethane, you are using ether, you are using ethanol, you check what is it, how to store it, how to discard it. Suppose you are using some distilling of methanol, or you are distilling using a sodium cut piece, and after using the methanol and sodium, that it is creating the sodium methoxide, right? So you need to know that applications and toxins related with the methanol and the sodium, and after reacting the sodium methoxide. So it is not only the solvent, you have to, application part is also important. Based on that applications, you need to keep it, how to store it, how to discard it, right? I guess I'm able to make you understand.
Yes, sir. So the next question is, sir, do you think PCI should also make it mandatory to have this kind of sessions, lectures in the structured course framework?
Yeah,
of
this is the question of my heart. This is my personal opinion. Nowadays, as you told Dr. Rasim, that nowadays in the life of hurry, worry and curry, everyone needs some sort of balancing act.
Right.
You cannot every time run fast and earn everything. You have to be somewhere, you have to make your balanced life. So this, ideally it should, PCI should, regulatory body, I am not the right person, but regulatory body should think. I will love to have a full-fledged animated video presentation if I get any time opportunity in future. I'm very sorry that I'm not able to make you full taste of my presentation because of the technical glitches. Every now and then I am facing problems, the
Just a
stoppage
second,
and
apology
hanging of
from
the,
our side, sir. Yes, sir.
yeah.
So then one more question was, how to know whether a chemical is hazardous or not?
Yeah, again, answer is MSDS, Material Safety Data Sheet. It is freely available anywhere of the chemical catalog or internet. Whatever the name, if you know the name of the chemicals, you just type the name on the internet, Google, you will find MSDS data.
Right, sir, right. One question is asked by Dr. Manoj, and he said, how to manage expiry medicine or chemicals?
Yeah, expiry chemicals, again, everything answer is the MSDS data, means how to discard these chemicals, right?
Right.
Yeah, so discard. So MSDS data suggests that how to discard it. There is a, even you see that any chemicals available in your bottle, bottle chemicals available in your lab, there is a written that how to use it, how to discard it. There is a sign over it, that on based on that sign also you can estimate, evaluate to proper keeping of that chemicals or discarding that chemicals. You will find everything in MSDS.
Right, sir, right. So it is highly recommendable that one should follow
This
the
should be,
MSDS.
I would like to request Dr. Sardana to start this kind of hygiene plan everywhere in the lab. This is advisable because in India, basically, chalta hai. This is the attitude. People do not care on the safety issues and the balancing of your life with your work for culture. That is most required nowadays. Everybody is busy nowadays.
Yes, you are right, Dr. Shrikant. This is the need of the hour, because what happens, we are observing when the students come from 12th class
Yes.
and CBSE, we have often found they have not performed their practicals properly, and some are even not able to identify the proper apparatus.
Yes.
So leave aside the chemicals. And
Yes.
in pharma, you can see the number of chemicals that we use, even in colleges, is phenomenal.
Yeah.
There are more than say 1,000 chemicals.
Yes.
So it is very important to learn how to handle those chemicals, whether they are corrosive acids or whether they are inflammable, or whether they are volatile, or whatever they are.
Yes.
So there is a need, because that ultimately affects, there can be serious accidents
Yes.
involving chemicals.
And
So
this may happen once in a life
yes,
and the last in the life.
yeah, correct. So this is a very important part to be handled, so that whenever they go into the field wherever they are working,
Yeah.
we should be able to advise others also. Okay, this is the harmful effect. Be careful about using all these, because everything is a chemical, right from
Yes,
sodium
yes,
chloride.
yes, yes, yes.
So I think this is a very, very, very important issue that that should be a part of the curriculum also, I
Yes,
believe.
yes, yes,
And we would
yes.
definitely take up this matter.
Yeah. I would like to request, sir, please install shower and eye wash in your lab.
Okay. Hey, that arrangements we have
Oh,
for this
thank you,
first
thank
aid
you.
type. These things, because if some acid falls in the skin, immediately you
Yeah.
have to treat it with water or
Yeah, yeah.
something like that. So these are required. All kinds of, and that should be known to the students also. What
Yes,
is
yes, sir.
happening.
Yes, sir. And
Because
even,
time
yeah,
is because time is important. If
yes,
an
yes, sir.
acid remains on the skin for 2, 3, 5, 4 minutes, then it will damage, which is irreversible. But if
Yes,
it is immediately tackled, then it can be solved, right?
yes.
Dr. Asim.
I think we have no more questions. So with this, I would like to thank once again our respected and coveted guest, Dr. Srikant Bhagat sir. So we look forward to have future collaborations and to have more guest lectures and webinars from your side, sir. Thank you very
Thank-
much, sir.
Thank
from
you, Dr.
taking out-
Asim. Thank you, Dr. Sardana, for inviting me. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you very
Yes,
much,
sir.
sir.
It's our pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, you are visible. Sir, can you please check whether you are able to share your slide?
Yeah, let me try. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah,
Yeah,
good
let,
afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
let me just try.
Yes.
Yeah, just a moment. I hope my presentation is visible.
Yes, sir,
Yes.
it is visible.
Yeah. Dr.
Please
Asim,
check whether it is moving or not, sir.
yeah, true. I will check. It's fine, right? It's
Yeah,
moving.
it's moving, sir.
That's
moving.
working. Yes, thank you so much.
We'll be starting just a minute or two, sir.
No problem, no problem. I'll just wait for some time. No problem.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir has also joined. So good afternoon, everyone. On the behalf of Amity University, Gurgaon, I welcome you all for the next session of the 5-day FDP organized by Amity Institute of Pharmacy in association with Academic Staff College. The esteemed speaker of this session is Dr. Tarun Vadva, who is Associate Professor, Department of Clinical Pharmacy and Pharmacology, RAC Medical and Health Science University, UAE. Before introducing Dr. Vadva, I would like to invite our director, Professor Satish Sardana, to say a few words and welcome our speaker. Over to you, sir.
Hi, Dr. Tarun.
Afternoon, sir. How are you, sir?
Good, great. And you
Thank you for
also
having
look
me
great.
here,
Yeah,
sir.
good.
Yeah, thank you.
You are welcome to this FDP.
Thank you.
This, as you know, we have this this five days FDP. Today is the 4th day. So we were having 2-3 lectures daily. Morning also we had 2 lectures, and this is your 3rd one.
Okay, sir.
We have around 80 participants from different colleges and universities. They all are faculty somewhere.
Okay.
So
that's
because it
really
is a
good.
faculty development program,
Yeah.
so there are some are from industry also. So it's a great to see you, and I welcome you to this because this is in association with the Association of Indian Universities also.
Okay, sir.
So there is an Association of Indian Universities in which all the universities are there, and there is an association. So it is in collaboration with that, and
Okay.
our academic staff college is also involved in this. So we thought it to have contemporary topics, I would say, that latest developments in different fields. So we had varied topics, and because this your topic is from, I believe it is from pharmacy practice. So it is a variation topics, a variety of topics are there. So I hope that your lecture is beneficial to students, and there are a lot of takeaways from them, and they
Sure.
also benefit, and this also create interest in this field, because we want to see how much, because people are specific about their fields. So when you listen to others, further interest is created, right?
Absolutely.
So, yeah. So you are welcome. Over to Shrestha.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir. So now let me introduce Dr. Tarun Vadva. He has done his master's in pharmacy practice from Manipal College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Manipal University, Karnataka. He has completed his PhD from KLE University, Belgaum, Karnataka. Sir has more than 12 years of teaching experience, along with 12 years of research experience, and as well as the clinical experience. He has published more than 30 research papers and attended more than 50 national and international conferences. He's a peer reviewer of many international journals and served as resource person for delivering lectures at various platforms. He has been actively involved in organizing various seminars and workshops. His areas of interest are pharmacovigilance and clinical research. The topic of today's talk is pharmaceutical care interventions in diabetes mellitus. With these words, sir, I would like to invite Dr. Tarun Vadva for this talk.
Thank you. Thank you,
Over
ma'am.
to you, sir.
Sure. Thank you, ma'am. Before I begin my presentation, I would like to thank the organizers of Virtual Faculty Development Program. It's such a nice program where all the faculty members from different universities, different academic backgrounds, industrial background, they have come together and they are learning different disciplines of the pharmacy. So I thank each and every one of you. And of course, I would like to thank the organizers for having me here. The topic for my presentation, which I'm going to do today, is pharmaceutical care interventions in diabetes mellitus. So let's see what we have here. So regarding the disclosure, I don't have any conflict of interest, and these are my learning outcomes for the presentation. So we would be achieving these learning outcomes after the completion of the presentation, discuss the need for pharmaceutical care services, describe the various components of pharmaceutical care services, highlight the importance of pharmaceutical care services, and especially the components, various components, which play a very important role in the glycemic control, demonstrate the model of care for type 2 diabetes mellitus, list the interventions in chronic disease patients, and explain the process involved in patient care. Finally, we will be achieving recognizing the role of pharmacists in contributing for pharmaceutical care. So these are the outlines for my presentation. Let's start with the overview of pharmaceutical care. Now, I have chosen diabetes because such a chronic condition, and across the world, it's causing much of morbidity and mortality. So this model is applicable not only to diabetes, but even other chronic conditions. We can apply this model of pharmaceutical care interventions. But for discussion purpose, I have chosen diabetes as a chronic condition for implementation of pharmaceutical care interventions. So diabetes is a serious and chronic condition, as we all know, and it can lead to various complications and premature death. Complications in the sense, I'm talking about complications associated with diabetes, which are microvascular complication, let's say diabetic nephropathy, diabetic neuropathy, diabetic retinopathy, and of course, foot ulcers. And of course, macrovascular complications, they are the reasons for mortality in diabetic patients, especially the cardiovascular complications, which are long-term complications. So diabetes is such an area where we have to focus and implement pharmaceutical care interventions as soon as possible. We have done a lot of advancement in the technology in terms of having new interventions, new medications available for the management, but still we feel that we are not able to conquer diabetes. What could be the reason? Why is that so? Now look at the figures. According to World Health Organization, diabetes cases have risen to such an extent that it has become 4 times more than last 45 years. Type 2 diabetes increases the burden of diabetes globally, which is accounting for almost 90% of the people having diabetes or suffering from diabetes worldwide. So such a huge figure. Still, we are not able to conquer diabetes mellitus. Now, if you see the overall figures from various parts of the world, let's concentrate on Southeast Asia. Currently, if we consider the diabetes incidence or prevalence, 82 million cases are currently, 82 million patients are suffering from diabetes. But what is the projection? Projection for 2045, 151 million cases. So such a huge increment in the number of diabetes cases in spite of having diabetic interventions, diabetic medications, and a lot of other interventions. Now, when we talk about the Middle East and North Africa region, 39 million cases so far and supposed to increase by 82 millions by 2045. So such a huge increment in the number of cases of diabetes worldwide. What can we do for conquering this disease condition? Adherence to medications and self-monitoring of blood glucose are the foremost challenges to the patients. What we have observed in the clinical setup, as well as in the community setup, adherence to the diabetic medication is absolutely not up to the mark. Patients who have been found to be diabetic, they are on anti-diabetic medications, but they don't strictly adhere to the medication-related instructions recommended or suggested by the healthcare professionals, doctors, or otherwise pharmacists. We strongly emphasize such patients for the monitoring of blood sugar level, which we call it as self-monitoring of blood sugar level by using simple glucometer technique. so that they can keep a track of their blood sugar levels, the fasting, as well as the random blood sugar levels, in order to manage their blood sugar levels properly or carefully. So it's still a challenge for us. Adherence is such a huge problem nowadays. As pharmacists, we need to focus in this area. We are there in the primary care setup, in the hospital setup, whether we are talking about primary, secondary, tertiary hospital, or community setup. We get in touch with the patients frequently. And we need to educate the patients. We need to convince the patient so that they should accept their condition and try to manage their conditions according to our recommendations. One such parameter which we measure, which we call it as prognostic indicator of diabetes, which is HbA1c. As recommended by American Diabetes Association, target HbA1c is around 6%. Some guidelines, they say that it should be around 6.5%. So HbA1c should be lower than 6% or 6.5%. It should not go beyond that. Otherwise, patient will be at risk of developing micro as well as macrovascular complications. If they develop micro and macrovascular complications, they might end up having several complications such as diabetic nephropathy, neuropathy, retinopathy, and other manifestations associated with diabetes mellitus. So we require urgent or immediate pharmaceutical care interventions. When I say pharmaceutical care interventions, it involves optimizing care for the patients, optimizing medication regimen for the patients, and optimizing overall treatment, what we recommend for the management of diabetes mellitus. Now, diabetes mellitus, we consider type 1 and type 2. But here, we are covering broader aspects of type 2 diabetes mellitus. So type 2 diabetes mellitus, most of the time, the recommendation says that type 2 DM patients should be well managed by strict lifestyle modifications. If not able to manage, then we go ahead with the anti-diabetic medications, what we call it as anti-hyperglycemic agents, such as biguanides categories, sulfonylureas we have glitazones, we have gliptins, and several other categories we have. SGLT2 inhibitors, we have DPP4 inhibitors. These are the recent inclusion of medications in the anti-diabetes category. So we have a lot of interventions with us, but only the thing is still we are not able to manage. What are the different reasons? Why we are not able to conquer condition? Why we are not able to reverse diabetes? Because diabetes is not detected early. We need to detect. We need to look at the warning signs what the patient's suffering from. We need to educate patients for self-monitoring of warning signs so that we can detect early and which can be reverted back. But once they experience the complications, of course, it becomes difficult for healthcare professionals like we as pharmacists, doctors, physicians, difficult to control blood sugar levels. And then they end up into several complications associated with diabetes. Now, why there is a need for pharmaceutical care services? Anyway, doctors, healthcare professionals, other allied health sciences professionals, they are able to manage the condition. Why pharmacists are required? Why there is a need for pharmaceutical care services? Let us focus on that. Pharmaceutical care is the pharmacist's contribution to the care of the individuals in order to optimize medicines. That's very well said, optimization of medicines. We need to design therapy according to individual clinical condition. Let's say we are talking about diabetes, so we should have medications, optimized medications for the management of diabetes mellitus, so that we can expect positive outcomes. If we don't have the positive outcomes, patients will have negative outcomes, which clearly depict the occurrence of safety events, which means drug-drug interaction, drug-related problems, adverse drug reactions, and so on. So if we can come out with a definite therapeutic plan for the patients, we can definitely optimize medication use for the patients. We can make the patient adhere to medication-related instructions, and of course, overall improvisation in the health outcomes. So that's why we need pharmaceutical care services. Another issue which we have already highlighted, which is the medication adherence. Many patients have been observed that they are non-adherent to their medications. We need to convince the patients to accept their medical condition and to get convinced so that their own medications, anti-diabetic medication, they have to take properly according to the recommendations, according to the suggestions, so that we can expect or we can have positive outcome at the end of the day, right? So the extent to which a patient follows the recommendations recommended by a healthcare professional, that requires attention. Now, if they don't adhere, it might affect their clinical outcome, quality of life, and may raise the overall healthcare cost. Clinical outcome, in the sense we are talking about therapeutic outcome, control of blood sugar level, achieving HbA1c target, and of course, avoidance of microvascular and macrovascular complications in type 2 diabetes mellitus patients. Quality of life, such an important parameter for chronic conditions, especially for chronic conditions. In acute situations, it doesn't matter much, but in chronic conditions, definitely it matters. Quality of life can be estimated by using different instruments. We have general instruments as well as disease-specific instruments. So we can do the scoring, the baseline scoring, and thereafter we can assess the individual status based on the achievement of target or achievement of endpoints. Accordingly, we can improvise the quality of life of patients. And of course, by doing this, we can achieve reduction in the overall healthcare cost. Now, coming to the components of pharmaceutical care services. There are multiple components in the pharmaceutical care services, and these components we have to pay attention to while providing pharmaceutical care services in a clinical setup, whether primary, secondary, or tertiary care setup. What are these elements which we are talking about? Medication therapy management. This is the overall management of the patient, which is inclusive of educating the patients, providing counseling to the patients, reviewing medications, previous as well as the current medications, and detecting and resolving medication-related problems. So we need to educate our patients what they are suffering from. We need to emphasize that they are suffering from chronic condition and their condition may not improve unless and until they are on medications or they follow the recommendations suggested by the doctor or other healthcare professionals. We need to counsel them from time to time related to their medication adherence, related to the development of adverse drug reactions, related to the medication-related issues or medication administration. Reviewing medications. As a pharmacist, it becomes important responsibility for us to measure or to review medication which the currently patient is on, whether the previous medications or the current medications, to avoid duplication of drug therapy, to avoid interaction between the medications, to avoid drug-food interactions, and to sort out medication-related issues. And finally, as a part of medication therapy management, which is a broader concept in pharmaceutical care services, detecting and resolving medication-related problems. Now, when we say medication-related problems, it covers all the medication-related problems such as adverse drug reaction, drug-drug interaction, medication errors, drug use without indication, improper drug use, inappropriate drug therapy, and so on. So we have to take care of each and every issue for patients having been suffering from diabetes mellitus. And thereby, we can enhance the therapeutic outcome and we are able to achieve the quality of life in such patients. Now, in order to carry out pharmaceutical care programs, we need to have a proper plan in place. We need to have a proper design in place. For what? To achieve better glycemic control, to achieve metabolic outcome, to achieve positive outcome, which is in the favor of the patients. And of course, to control blood pressure as well. Because the majority of times you must have observed that in community or healthcare setup, we observe that the patients are coming to the hospital not only with diabetes, they are also suffering from additional medical conditions, which we call it as comorbid conditions like hypertension, dyslipidemia, and other chronic conditions. So of course, polypharmacy is one such component which we observe in each and every patient, which means they are on 5 medications or more than 5 medications, and which definitely contribute for the interaction, for the development of adverse drug reaction and other drug-related problems. So we are talking about diabetes mellitus and managing diabetes mellitus with appropriate, optimized, rational pharmaceutical care interventions. Now, this you can observe this table. This table shows the different stages of pharmacist-mediated interventions in type 2 diabetes mellitus patients, such as treatment plan or review, patient education, monitoring, and other. Intervention. So second column shows that what interventions we go for as a part of a particular stage. So we will talk about each stage and the interventions which are done as a part of particular stage. Let's see. The first stage talks about treatment plan or review. Treatment plan is aimed to achieve good glycemic control in patients with diabetes mellitus or any other chronic conditions. So as a part of treatment plan, we need to do thorough review of the medications or the drugs which patient is self-administering or maybe in the hospital setup administered by nurses from time to time. And of course, we have to take care of the previous medication. So medication history plays a very important role. And that's why as a part of clinical pharmacy practice services, the first service which we provide to our patients, that is medication history interview. We interview each and every patient and we collect the detailed history about the medication use. So detailed history in the sense, history of previous medications, history of previous use of over-the-counter medications, history of any alternative of or complementary use of medicines, allergy history. That is very, very important. We should not forget collecting information about the previous allergies, because the patient might be allergic to a particular component of medication that we have to take care of. Apart from that, we talk about the family history, we talk about the social history, all such things we need to collect. But of course, you might be thinking that doctors are already doing all this. They are collecting the history in detail from the patients. But why pharmacists are required to do such service? Why duplication? It has been observed, and there is a documented evidence when the pharmacist interview the patients, they collect thorough history of the patients as compared to the history collection, which is done by other healthcare professionals. And whatever the issues which are not identified in the history collection, which are done by the other healthcare professionals, pharmacists do identify, because there is a different way of dealing with the patients that pharmacists do understand. And that's why we are talking about optimized care. So treatment plan, medication review is very, very important. It is of utmost importance we need to do on day-to-day basis. As a part of medication review, we do interventions which can reflect on the patient outcomes. Let's say we are dealing with the diabetes mellitus patient, so whether we are able to achieve good glycemic control or not. That could be one of the target, and that could be one of the patient outcome. Another target could be whether we are able to achieve HbA1c as a prognostic indicator or not. That could be another target. Why I'm emphasizing on HbA1c? It is such an important investigation to be done for patients with diabetes in order to have a good control so that in future they will not experience or suffer from micro and macrovascular complications. So if that we achieve, definitely we are going to have good control over diabetes. Patients are going to have good symptomatic control. Patients are going to have good quality of life. Now, coming to the second stage, which is patient education. As pharmacists, we need to educate our patients. Now, education doesn't mean that you are teaching the patients. No, we are not teaching the patients, but we are clarifying their doubts with respect to condition, medical condition, with respect to different medications which have been given to them, or with respect to the food which they should consume in order to have healthy diet, in order to maintain healthy diet. And of course, at the same time, we need to emphasize while educating the patients on lifestyle modifications. When I talk about lifestyle modifications, it covers physical activity, psychosocial support, healthy diet, and of course, cessation from smoking as well as alcohol consumption. So patient education or consultation, it helps in achieving a definite goal which we aim for. And in particular, lifestyle modifications, which we advise to our patients with respect to physical activity, medication, psychosocial support, patient health beliefs, we have to take into consideration. And of course, we have to educate our patients for self-monitoring of blood sugar level, which is really important. Usually, the recommendation says that self-monitoring of blood sugar level, which are usually done by the patients using glucometer, the glycemic control is well controlled in such patients as compared to other patients who are not monitoring their blood sugar levels frequently. So, of course, we have to keep a track. So, in the education, we usually recommend such patients to maintain a diary for the medication administration so that whenever the time to administer the medication, they remember, they don't forget, and then they usually consume the medication. And of course, a frequent monitoring of blood sugar levels at the same time. And we also educate the patients if at all they suffer from any negative consequences, which means that if they suffer from any side effect, adverse effects, or any such drug-related problem, how they need to manage. So we are talking about hyperglycemia, we are talking about diabetes. So of course, the anti-diabetic medications are not safe at all. They are good in controlling the glycemic control. They are good in achieving the outcomes. But at the same time, we cannot ignore the adverse drug reactions or the negative side of the medications. And that's why we are talking about monitoring patients who are on anti-diabetic medications or anti-hyperglycemic drugs in order to have good achievement of glycemic control. So adverse drug reactions such as hypoglycemia is very common with anti-diabetic drugs. But nowadays we have newer category of drugs like DPP-4 inhibitors, which is sitagliptin. We are able to manage this adverse drug reaction because sitagliptin is found to cause normoglycemia, not hypoglycemia. We are not here to achieve hypoglycemia. We are here to achieve normoglycemia, right? But anti-diabetic drugs do cause hypoglycemia. So we need to train our patients how to monitor the signs and symptoms of hypoglycemia, like dizziness, profuse sweating, shakiness, and palpitations, how they should self-monitor so that they should not consume the medication at that point of time, and they should inform the healthcare professional about adverse drug reaction, about the reaction which they are suffering from, so that doctor or pharmacist can advise their patients in a well-mannered way. Now, coming to the monitoring parameter as a stage of pharmacist-mediated interventions. So whatever the planning we are doing, a definite therapeutic plan we have in place, we have all the educational interventions in place, but of course, monitoring has to be done. We can't ignore such an important parameter. We go ahead with the definitive therapeutic plan, we go ahead with the educational interventions, but of course, at the same time, we should not ignore monitoring. Even if the patient is there in the hospital, definitely 24 hours monitoring is done. in the hospital side, especially for inpatients. For outpatients, we need to monitor such patients, either telephonically follow, either we can follow with them telephonic interviews we can conduct for them, or otherwise during their subsequent follow-up visits. So in the monitoring treatment outcomes, we actually look for blood sugar level. We check fasting blood sugar level, we check random blood sugar level, and we also assess postprandial, which means after food blood sugar level, 2 hours after food blood sugar level. Because we need to have a good control of fasting as well as postprandial. Sometimes we observe our patients are having good control over fasting, but the postprandial is not under control. So we need to have different interventions. And that's why you must have noticed in practice that most of the diabetic patients, they are on dual or triple anti-diabetic drugs. They are not taking only single medication. That is the reason, to achieve control over both the parameters. So we have to review their blood glucose results, and of course, at the same time, physical examination. Of course, we cannot do the thorough physical examination for our patients, but pharmacists, clinical pharmacists are trained enough to do a basic physical examination for diabetic patients, such as blood pressure measurement, weight control and weight measurement. So in order to, estimate the BMI. And of course, we can take care of feet, which is very, very particular, aspect in diabetic patients. And of course, HbA1c targets. HbA1c signify the previous 3 months control of blood sugar level. And that's why, according to the guidelines, according to American Diabetes Association, this has been considered as one of the most important parameter and one of the most important target to be achieved in diabetic patients. Apart from that, other like partnership with other healthcare professionals, remember that these services, pharmaceutical care intervention services, we are not providing individually as a separate, no. We are providing along with other healthcare professionals. We should not ignore them because we together contributing for the diabetic care, not alone. So we should not bypass them and directly deal with the patients. No, you have to convince the doctor for your suggestions or recommendations. You have to take in confidence the nursing staff, and you have to take in confidence the other allied health sciences professionals who are directly dealing with so-and-so case of diabetes mellitus. So we are working in liaison with the prescribing doctor, referral for the patient education, if at all any referral, especially for the medication adherence or medication reconciliation, and specialist nurse, and of course, if any other medical advice. So all these stages we have to cover up by providing interventions which are actually provided by pharmacists in order to achieve different targets, in order to achieve different control of control of blood pressure, control of lipid profile, and control of sugar level. And of course, we should not forget that one important criteria is HbA1c achievement. That target we need to achieve. Yeah. Now let's talk about pharmaceutical care components. As I mentioned before, we have a stage, we have intervention under each stage, and we have different components to be covered as a part of interventions. All these interventions are supposed to be done by the pharmacist as a matter of patient care together with other healthcare professionals. So as I mentioned, clinical pharmacy services or pharmacy practice services, which we provide in the hospital setup, we start with a medication history interview, then we go ahead with a medication review, clinical review, which we also call it as daily progress review. And then we go ahead with the other services like ward round participation. We do participate in the ward rounds to provide all these services so that we are in touch with the doctor's team and we contribute for the profession. Apart from that, we also contribute for the pharmacovigilance. You might have heard of pharmacovigilance. There's a boom of pharmacovigilance. They strongly emphasize on drug safety, which means that monitoring and reporting of adverse drug reactions that deals with pharmacovigilance. That is pharmacovigilance. And another field which is added to the pharmaceutical care area is pharmacoeconomics now. So we have to take care of the cost of medications apart from effectiveness and safety of the medications. So we call it as cost effectiveness of different therapeutic interventions, which we recommend for patients with diabetes mellitus as a part of pharmaceutical care services. So considering the treatment plan, we provide pharmacist-mediated intervention in terms of enhancing the medication review services, and of course, for the achievement of final patient outcome, which is good glycemic control, better quality of life, avoidance of all these complications, which I mentioned before. And of course, symptomatic control. Symptomatic control is really needed. So it depends what therapy you recommend or suggest to the physician or doctor, the treating doctor, so that we are able to achieve the targets. That is the main purpose of pharmaceutical care services or interventions. But of course, we should not forget that whatever the services we provide at the hospital setup or community setup, we need to document. We need to document each and every service. Usually they say that if it is not documented, it is not done. So that should not be the way. Whatever the services you are providing, you have to document at the same time. There has to be evidence that you have done this activity, you have provided this service. Proper evidence should be in place. Nowadays, we don't have the manual documentation. Now we are doing the electronic documentation. Now, hospitals, what we are dealing with here in UAE, everywhere we have the electronic prescribing methods and we have electronic documentation of the cases. We don't find any manual record of the patients. Everything is in the system, which is interlinked between the hospitals. Whether the patient is visiting primary healthcare setup, secondary healthcare setup, or tertiary care health setup, doesn't matter. We will be able to track the patient details from one system itself, which is an interlinked system connected between the hospitals. That is the beauty of electronic documentation and retrieving the data whenever needed. Of course, after proper ethical consideration. Patient education or consultation. So we need to educate our patients. I've already emphasized on this, so I will just highlight few points. We need to highlight on the disease condition or medical condition, whether the patient is having diabetes or any other comorbid conditions like hypertension, asthma, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, chronic kidney disease, any other chronic conditions. We need to emphasize on that, the condition, because usually we have seen in practice, that's my personal experience too. We have seen in practice that patients, especially the chronic disease patients, they are quite depressed with their conditions. They are not ready to accept why they have suffered from these conditions. They are not able to accept. And that's how they lose the control. Being aware of that they need to continue the treatment for lifelong, they don't adhere. Why? No, I should not. Why I should take this treatment for lifelong? So pharmacists are needed really to change their mindset, to change their thoughts about diabetes management. If we are able to do, definitely we are able to conquer diabetes mellitus. Don't let the disease conquer you. You be the one to conquer the disease. So we have to emphasize on specific therapeutic goals, which we have set for our patients. Lifestyle modifications, which I mentioned about diet, physical activity, and of course about cessation of ill habits. Medications. Sometimes, you might have seen in the, especially when we are advising the medications to our patients, when we say, okay, you have to take this medication twice daily, thrice daily. Okay, they understand. But how they consume the medications, nobody knows. Because usually when they are in the hospital setup, we observe them, we monitor them. Even the nurses are there, sisters are there to observe them. But of course, when they are out of the hospital, nobody is there to monitor them. And that's what we need to train our patients for. Monitoring in the sense, let's say we have advised the patient to take this medication, so-and-so medication, 3 times daily. So we have seen patients taking 3 medications, 3 pills at the same time. They understood differently. They interpreted differently. They need to understand the time duration, which is to be maintained between the intake of medications. Like every 8 hours, they have to consume the medication. That has to be told by the pharmacist. So somehow we are providing services, but we need to improvise the quality of our services with these minute details to cover up. Let's say I spoke about allergy, previous allergy. We need to cover that. We need to ask our patients whether they are allergic to any medications or not. Even if they remember, don't remember, try to extract that information in order to avoid that mistake that patient might suffer again. So many drug-related problems, what we observe in the community or in the clinical setup can be avoided. Preventable. All these problems are preventable. Most of the problems are preventable. But what we do, we wait for the patient to suffer and then treat. Why we wait? Why we do like that? We need to be proactive in the clinical setup, right? We need to be proactive. We need to emphasize on such things so that we are able to control the condition. And that's what I spoke about, psychosocial support, which is, as I said, patients with chronic conditions, they are usually depressed. They are having, their mental status is different. It's not easy for each and every one to accept that they are suffering from condition, which is a chronic condition, and they might have complications at a later stage. But you need to emphasize in your educational intervention to the patients that, yes, we can control the condition and you can have a better quality of life with the medications and along with that, lifestyle modifications. So we need to train our patients how to self-monitor blood glucose levels, which is quite easy. We need to demonstrate to them. So usually we should demonstrate and we should reassess them whether they are using the technique appropriately or not. Prevention and treatment of the complication. Usually it is said that prevention is better than cure. So why we have to wait that the patient will suffer and then we will provide the management? Of course, that thing is always there. We need to treat, we need to manage. But why patients should suffer if we can prevent all these problems early? Or maybe at the early stage, right? We can take care of that. So ultimately, healthcare cost will be reduced and patients definitely will have better quality of life. Now, the complications we emphasize on foot care. Most of the time, I think in tertiary care hospitals, we have now a podiatrist. We call it as foot care specialist, podiatrist, to manage the foot care. Because usually it is said that diabetic patients are more prone to have foot injuries or, other kind of ulcers in the foot, which can lead to severe complications at a later stage, which you might have heard of amputations and all those things. So why to wait for that stage to happen? Instruct, educate your patient. That's how we do. Smoking cessation, hypertension. Smoking, which is a strong risk factor for most of the cardiovascular conditions and chronic conditions. Better to stay away from that. And that you need to advise to your patients. Blood pressure control, lipid profile control, which is dyslipidemia, we need to manage. So these are some of the risk factors which may worsen diabetes. And that's how what we see in the community, patients are having these multiple disorders together. We try to manage diabetes, but we are not able to manage because of high blood pressure, because of high lipid profile, which is high cholesterol level, high LDL level. We are not able to manage. So we should plan our therapy in such a way so that we are able to manage the risk factors first and then manage the main condition. If risk factors will be rectified, risk factors will be controlled, definitely condition will improve. And the patients will have better symptomatic control. Unspecified, customized content, educational program tailored to the patient's prior knowledge and patient self-management services. Nowadays, Google, right? Google, everybody goes for Google. I'm not getting this, search Google. I'm not getting that, search Google. Just in a fraction of second, fraction of click, you get that information. But do you think that Google information is completely authenticated, completely fine, completely accurate? No, even the wrong information is there. So what patients perceive, sometimes they read the information, okay, so-and-so drug I'm taking, let me check the side effects associated with this medication. And the side effect profile, you are aware. Sometimes, we refer the leaflet provided as a package insert with the medications. Long list of side effects affect each and every system. It affects cardiovascular, respiratory, dermatology, hepatic, renal, extremities, a lot of complication. But patients need to understand that drugs cannot cause all these side effects in you. And that's where the pharmacist needed. So that pharmaceutical care intervention I'm talking about. Such interventions we need to do. But of course, along with the other healthcare professionals, not alone. We are not working alone in the healthcare setup. We are not alone in the pharmacy profession. Of course, we have to contribute equally for improvising the patient care together with other healthcare professionals. And that is the basis for multidisciplinary or multi-healthcare environment team. So we need to emphasize on the self-management services, how to manage your side effects associated with these drugs. Let's say hypoglycemia is very common with sulfonylureas, very common. Lactic acidosis with metformin, weight gain. Such side effects we have to train our patients for, so that they can monitor the signs and symptoms associated with the side effect, and they can inform the healthcare professional, doctor or pharmacist, whoever the concerned one. They can inform so that timely we can provide solution for the same. Now, going ahead with the monitoring parameter, monitoring treatment outcome, we need to review the blood glucose results. Physical examination we need to do, as I said in the beginning, right? Basic physical examination we need to do, like blood pressure measurement, pulse rate measurement, respiratory rate measurement. These are all vitals. Temperature measurement. Apart from that, BMI we can estimate if we are having the weight and height of the patient. And of course, to look at the foot and skin related manifestations. And we need to have a good control over HbA1c, which I said, target HbA1c, 6 to 6.5%. So it should not go beyond that. We should try to achieve below 6. If we are able to do that, we are able to conquer diabetes mellitus. And of course, we have to assess adherence or compliance of the patients from time to time, especially on their subsequent follow-ups. One such activity to monitor them, to monitor their medication use, to monitor their condition is done in the Western countries. They do home medication review, which of course some other countries, Asian countries also do, but not at that level, right? We should make a list of our patients. Let's say we are focusing on diabetes mellitus, we should make a list of our patients. And we should target those patients by visiting their homes. That is called as home medication review, so that we can visit their homes and we can just monitor, we can guide them, we can supervise them, we can monitor the medications, how they are consuming their medications, where they are storing their medications. We used to conduct home medication review for our patients, and we have seen where they store their medications. Definitely, you will be shocked to know that they store their medications in such areas where we should not store the medications. Humid conditions, especially the washrooms and all, they store their medications. They store their medications over refrigerator, which is like, high temperature, near to the gas burner. So these are not the places for storing medication. So such simple things matter that we need to train our patients for. And that's why pharmacists are needed. And pharmacists should be trained enough to provide pharmaceutical care services. So by monitoring adherence, of which we have instruments, one such instrument, I think you might be knowing about it, Morisky Adherence Assessment Scale, which is a very good scale for assessing adherence of the patients. In that scale, the list of items are there, almost 8 to 10 items. We need to interrogate the patient, we need to inquire details about those items, and we need to score it. And that's how we identify whether the patient lie within the category of no adherence issues, or less adherence, or strongly adhering to the medications. So accordingly, we should gather the information and we should try to identify adherence requirements. We should work in liaison with the prescribing doctor, treating doctor, referral for the patient education. Of course, we have some of the setups, we have specific dedicated patient education clinics, like anticoagulation clinics, antibacterial clinics. So we have specific clinics for guiding patients, monitoring patients for the definite outcomes, what we are looking for. And of course, we have to work along with the other healthcare professionals together for contributing for patient care. Now, one of the study has shown that pharmacist-mediated interventions have a good control, have a good impact on glycemic control, which means that we are able to achieve the target with pharmacist-mediated interventions, which means that pharmaceutical care interventions as compared to usual care, which is being provided to patients with type 2 diabetes mellitus. Now, this is the overall plan of pharmaceutical care. We call it as a model, which is applicable to type 2 diabetes mellitus. But similar model we can apply to any other chronic condition. So this model starts with the initial assessment of the patient with respect to medical history, physical examination, laboratory evaluation. Of course, doctors play a very important role in terms of diagnosing the condition very well, in terms of collecting the medication history very well, and of course, physical examination, thorough physical examination, vital examination, and laboratory investigations which are required for diagnosing the condition. But at the same time, pharmacists can contribute in doing some basic physical examination, and of course, at the same time, conducting medication history interview for the patients. The next step comes about treatment plan. So we have individual treatment targets. As I said, it's optimized therapy, which means that personalized therapy. Each and every patient is different. They are not the same. And that's why guidelines, whatever we follow for the management, sometimes differ from person to person. How? Because the patients are having some contraindications. We can't advise that drug of choice, which is listed by the guidelines, right? So each and every patient we should deal with differently, and we should understand their clinical condition very well before advising or suggesting appropriate, rational, optimized treatment for the patient. So that's why we are talking about individualized treatment target, individual and treatment plan with respect to diet, exercise, diabetic agents, which we choose for our patients, and of course, prevention and treatment of complications. And that's why I emphasize on the laboratory investigation, which is fasting blood sugar level, which should be between 60 to 110 mg per deciliter. Postprandial blood sugar level, which should be between 90 to 140 mg per deciliter. And of course, random blood sugar level should always be less than 200 mg per deciliter. These investigations are really important for us to know as a pharmacist in order to have good control over glycemic. The patient education plays a very important role. So at each and every step, we need to educate our patients with respect to the management. Now, going ahead with the treatment plan, you can see, observe here, the treatment administration. So our duty is not getting over by just giving simply advice or suggesting the lifestyle as well as the medications. But of course, we have to take care of the medication administration part as well, which most of the time in the hospital set, nurses do. Nurses plan for their administration, whether parenteral medication, oral medication, subcutaneous administration, or any other route. But we should monitor. Pharmacists are needed because generally pharmacists have been considered as drug experts, medication experts. So we have to confidently provide our services in the healthcare setup. So with respect to medication prepared, appropriate instructions for use are provided or not. And of course, patients should be educated. You have to consider patient's opinion in your decision. Now, it's very, very important. Even the doctors, they have to consider patient's opinion. Let's say you are deciding to choose 2 or 3 interventions for patient. So doctors should discuss with the patient. These are the interventions. These are the benefits of the interventions. Of course, the cost wise also, doctor should discuss about it. Because sometimes patients, they refuse accepting the medication just on the basis of the cost. They cannot afford the treatment. And that's why that pharmacoeconomics has come into the concept now. We should consider the rational treatment as well as the cost effectiveness of the treatment before advising appropriate rational treatment for our patients. Now, moving ahead with the monitoring. So monitoring compliance or adherence to the treatment plan, monitoring treatment outcomes, monitoring adverse drug reactions or adverse treatment effects, and of course, monitoring patient comprehension and continuing education needs. What additional required in order to improvise the pharmaceutical care for the patient. Then finally, we are going to review the plan, what we have planned to review the treatment plan, consider adjustment of the treatment. And that's why I strongly emphasize that we should follow up our patients. We should do the follow-up. We should constantly monitor our patients, not just to let it go. No, our duty is not over unless and until we fully treat our patients and believe that, yes, by taking so-and-so medications, patients can be fully treated, those medications, by adequate monitoring of parameters. So once we do the follow-up meetings with the patients, with our clients, we look at the treatment plan. If any adjustment is required, we do modify, because it doesn't mean that whatever the initial therapy we have recommended for our patients for the lifetime, patient would be continuing or those medications. No, there might be some changes. There might be some medication related problems. There might be some adverse drug reaction. Patient might develop the fear. No, if I take this medication, I might develop so-and-so complications. So they should, be free. That problem has to be sorted out by the pharmacist. And that's what we need. So we need to adjust the treatment plan. And sometimes, we do advise, like, let's say one of the medication is having 4 times frequency administration. For patients, it's quite inconvenient for consume 4 times. So we simplify the regimen by advising a medication which is once daily or twice daily, or maybe by advising or recommending therapy, which is sustained release therapy, right? To have a good control for more duration. And of course, additionally, we provide educational interventions. And if referral is required, we refer our patients for the further management or treatment plan. This is the model for care for diabetes mellitus in primary care. So what are the processes involved? Do I have time? Another 5-10 minutes?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. So processes involved in patient care. The initial process, what we go ahead with the initial assessment of the patient, which I discussed in the model. Then we plan a definite treatment plan for individual, depending on their individual medical condition. And we take care of the treatment administration part by, working in liaison with the nurses or sisters. And of course, the monitoring plan in place, monitoring of the treatment outcome, monitoring the medications for the occurrence of adverse drug reactions or any other drug-related problems, and monitoring the final achievement of outcome. Of course, quality of life is to be taken into consideration while doing the monitoring. And finally, we do the review on their subsequent follow-up visits, review of the plan. If any adjustment is required in the therapeutic plan, if any modifications with respect to the doses or with respect to any lifestyle modifications, we need to intervene. And of course, we have to strongly emphasize in our educational intervention that patients should abstain or away from smoking as well as tobacco consumption, as well as the alcohol consumption. And that's how we can have a good control over diabetes mellitus. And that's how we can conquer the condition. Now, as a part of the initial assessment, we need to assess the patients for specific symptoms, which are glycosuria, hyperglycemia, and of course, any other polydipsia, polyphagia, polyuria. We are very well aware of the symptoms. We all are aware. And of course, the factors, risk factors we have to talk about, which may predispose the patients to develop diabetes, such as age, family history, obesity, lifestyle issues, for example, smoking, diet, alcohol, physical activity, and occupation. And of course, risk factors for complications, such as high blood pressure, high lipid profile, obesity, cardiovascular disease, or any other significant family history of cardiovascular disease. We need to assess the patients for symptoms in relation to the complications which they might develop, such as cardiovascular complications, neurological symptoms, such as peripheral neuropathy, renal problems, renal failure, acute renal failure, or sometimes we observe acute or chronic renal failure, which we call it as diabetic nephropathy, and of course, the eye or vision problems associated with diabetes mellitus. Apart from that, other medical conditions we have to assess the patient for. Let's say patient is having chronic kidney disease, patient is having chronic obstructive lung disease, interstitial lung disease, or any other hepatic disorder, we need to take care of that. Because if at all patient is having kidney disease or hepatic disease, that's not good for the patient, because most of the drugs get eliminated through these two routes, hepatic as well as renal, metabolism and excretion, of course. So something has to be done in order to improvise the renal parameters as well as hepatic parameters. Such problems we observe in elderly patients, advanced age patients, 60 above, 65 above. We observe these problems because their organs start declining, renal functions impaired, hepatic functions impaired. So we have to manage accordingly, and we have to adjust the dosage regimen accordingly, according to the individual condition. Apart from that, we assess the patient for psychosocial status, their attitude towards illness. If they accept, they don't accept, what are their issues? What are their thoughts about the illness? And of course, we go for, sometimes we conduct focused group discussion session. We call all the diabetic patients together in one region. Those who are in one region, we call all the diabetic patients together on a very particular day. And we make them sit in a single room and discuss with each other their issues. They feel better. They feel better. Why? They understand that they are not the only ones suffering from diabetes. There are many patients. There are many people suffering from different disorders and diabetes also. They share their thoughts with each other. They feel comfortable. So like such interventions, we have to implement in practice in order to have a good control over diabetes mellitus. Of course, we have to take care of their financial, social, and emotional components also. And physical examination, as I spoke about, we need to measure the weight, height, in order to measure BMI. And of course, nowadays they consider waist circumference, if at all we are assessing the patient having overweight or obesity. Cardiovascular, blood pressure control, good blood pressure control is required. Target 120 by 80 millimeter mercury. So we need to have good control. But of course, target differs from patient to patient. Patients having chronic kidney disease may have a separate target for blood pressure control, which is 140 by 90. Patients having diabetes mellitus may have a separate target for blood pressure control, which is 130 by 80. Eyes, eye vision, we have to assess the patient for vision, feet, skin condition, sensation, peripheral nerve sensation, urine analysis, albumin, which doctors do actually. They do investigations with respect to urine analysis in order to confirm whether any glycosuria is present, sugar content in the urine. Other laboratory evaluation includes glycemia, HbA1c targets, blood glucose level, lipid profile like LDL, HDL, cholesterol, triglycerides, and of course, renal function, glomerular filtration rate, albuminuria, which I said, diabetic nephropathy is the main complication in diabetic patients. Sometimes patients have been diagnosed with diabetes when they come with the complication, not initially. And that's how we are not able to conquer this disease so far. We have to take proactive steps. We have to take interventions. We have to intervene, and we have to show that, yes, disease will not conquer us. We will conquer the disease. Regarding the treatment plan, we have individualized treatment targets for the glycemic control, as I mentioned, BGL, blood glucose control, as well as HbA1c targets, control of the risk factor for complication, which are lipid profile, high lipids, right? Cholesterol, blood pressure, body mass index, which is obesity or overweight individuals, tobacco consumption, smoking, urine albumin excretion, which is proteinuria. And that's why we are worried about the complications. The patient suffers because of complications, not purely because of the condition itself. And of course, physical activity. So physical activity, there are some recommendations from World Health Organization. We have to follow accordingly. It's not like we, advise the brisk walking, vigorous exercise for each and every group of patients. There are different group of patients, patients who are handicapped, patients who are psychotic patients, patients who are elderly, advanced age, patients having some other sickness. So we have to advise physical activity according to their requirement. We can't advise just one recommendation for all. No, we have to individualize the treatment plan. As I mentioned in the beginning, we have to individualize the treatment plan for our patients. And that's how we can achieve a good control over diabetes mellitus. So with regard to the treatment plans, we have anti-diabetic medications or anti-hyperglycemic drugs. Usually you must have seen that they usually call it as hypoglycemic drugs. We should not use that term because we are not aiming to achieve hypoglycemia. We are aiming to achieve normoglycemia. We want the levels to be normal, not go beyond, not go below the normal levels, right? So usually we should call it as anti-hyperglycemic or anti-diabetic medications. And apart from that, diet, physical activity, prevention, treatment of complications, that all I have covered already, right? So that's how the treatment plan should look like. And of course, once you are ready with the treatment plan, you have to discuss with the other healthcare professionals, your treating doctor, who is the main doctor, who is the recommending authority. We are not the signing authority. The signing authority is the doctor. Of course, that's the different things. Some of the countries, they have given the control on pharmacists for recommending, right? But of course, in Asian regions, we don't have. So we have to be dependent on doctors. So convince the doctor. Go with your treatment plan, convince the doctor. This is the individualized treatment plan for your patient. What do you think about it? Have discussion, have a friendly discussion, have a healthy discussion with the doctor and come out with a suitable plan to manage diabetes mellitus. With respect to patient education, we have to talk about disease processes. We have to talk about the treatment targets. And of course, you have to emphasize on the treatment targets again and again to the patients in order to have a good control, which means that you have to highlight HbA1c target, you have to highlight fasting blood sugar, you have to highlight postprandial blood sugar and frequent monitoring of blood sugar levels by using glucometer. If at all patient is using insulin, which we normally see in type 1 diabetes mellitus, yes, monitoring is of utmost importance. Why? Because patients taking insulin, they are more prone to experience hypoglycemia. So we need to avoid that. We need to take care of such patients. And in type 2 also, there is a recommendation that in spite of using anti-diabetic drugs, if blood sugar level is not under control, the last option we can go for insulin also. So some patients you might have seen with uncontrolled blood sugar level, they have been put on insulin. So they receive insulin in the hospital setup parenterally, IV insulin, or otherwise IV infusion, insulin infusion, or otherwise they have been recommended for taking insulin for long period of time, unless and until the blood sugar level is under control or not. And then they can be switched over to oral medications. Of course, exercise and diet I have spoken about. Prevention and treatment of the complications I have already covered. And the strong point you have to emphasize on self-monitoring of blood sugar level. And of course, need for regular medical monitoring. It's not like we just let the patient go away with all these recommendations. No, you have to do the follow-up. Sometimes patient may not understand clearly what you have said. So you need to repeat every time on their follow-up visits. You need to emphasize on the important points for monitoring in order to have a good, ideal control on diabetes mellitus. Treatment administration, I've spoken about. We have to do as per the requirements of the hospital setup. And of course, instructions has to be clearly labeled, whether we are giving the medication parenterally, IV infusion, or IV bolus, or any other medication, subcutaneous administration, that has to be instructed clearly. Of course, the storage conditions have to be taken properly. If at all patient is on insulin pen, definite storage requirements need to be recommended to the patient, because the patients will be taking insulin and at home. So they have to store the medication appropriately in order to have, stable preparations. And of course, you have to demonstrate the patient how to use insulin pen, if at all it is required. But of course, type 2, most of the time we manage with anti-diabetic drugs, oral anti-diabetic medications. Usually they say that type 2 diabetes can be controlled only with strict lifestyle modification. That is the first line of treatment, strict lifestyle modifications. But what we see now, none of the patient is able to follow strict lifestyle modification. Rarely we see, rarely. So we have no other options but to put the patient on oral anti-diabetic drugs. Monitoring, with respect to monitoring, we have to monitor and we have to ensure compliance to the treatment plan with respect to medications, exercise plan, diet plan, prevention and treatment plan, and of course, scheduled medical monitoring during their subsequent follow-up visits. Treatment outcome, control of the risk factor is very, very important because most of the patients have been found to have high blood pressure and obesity, smoking as some of the risk factors. We need to control that first before managing the diabetes. And we should avoid the complications. So we have to monitor such systems from time to time if at all patient is at the edge of developing such complications. And adverse drug reaction monitoring is of utmost importance. We need to monitor constantly whatever the medications we are giving to the to our patients, whether anti-diabetic, antihypertensive, or maybe some other medications like bronchodilators or something. We have to have proper monitoring of the medications in order to avoid different reactions which patient might experience or suffer from. Review of the treatment plan based on the monitoring results. Accordingly, we need to adjust the treatment plan and consider educational interventions. And of course, if referral is required, send the patient back to the doctor for further discussion. Because doctor just put strong recommendations on the patient so that they follow. And of course, you are providing your recommendations, your suggestions, your advice side by side in order to have a good control over diabetes. Finally, I'm highlighting the role of pharmacist, how we as pharmacists can contribute for the profession, how we as pharmacists are trained enough or competent in providing pharmaceutical care interventions. So first role is consoling the patient. Make the patient calm, convince the patient. Talk to their level. Don't just talk at high level. Talk to their level. Talk in the layman language. Conversate with the patient. Console them. Empathize them, right? Sympathy, empathy. Yes, you have to follow these components, practice in consoling the patients. Usually the pharmacists have been considered as the friends for the patients. They feel, they feel free to talk to the pharmacist as compared to the doctors. So you can have a better conversation with the patients and you can extract the information which is required for the management. Advising patients on the medication use. You can timely advise the patient on the medication, how to use. Sometimes we have seen patients are consuming medications with tea, with coffee, with hot drinks. That is not really acceptable, right? Not acceptable. So we have to advise. That's why I said, even minute to minute details, don't forget to cover up what usually we do in the practice. Resolving medication-related issues, which I said ADRs, TDIs, drug-related problems, duplication of drug therapy, medication errors, such problems we have to take care of. And convincing the patients about sticking to the medication-related instructions, and of course, to ensure medication adherence. Emphasize on important medication-related instructions, how to take, when to take, how much duration they should maintain between the medication administration. So all such parameters you need to cover up. Assessing the clinical outcome. So we can assess the clinical outcome. Doesn't mean that patients, they are not coming to the hospital on time for the follow-ups, they are missing the follow-ups. So it doesn't mean we cannot reach the patient. We should have a system in place so that we are able to track our patients, either telephonically, personally, or calling them for follow-up. But we need to track. And you must have seen there are plenty of studies. They have covered a lot of patients, and in those studies, they have conducted several follow-ups for the patient in order to get proper data on morbidity and mortality. So we should have a system in place. Unless otherwise, we are not able to track such patients. So we have to track such patients in order to get most of the details which are required for planning or for designing appropriate therapeutic plan for our patients. And of course, we have to monitor our patients for the medication-related problems or drug-related issues or discrepancies, and timely educate patients about baseline. At the time of baseline, let's say we are dealing with the inpatients, you have to educate the patients at the baseline and at the time of discharge. Discharge advice is very, very important. We cannot miss our patient at the time of discharge. That is the time when the patient is switched over from parenteral to oral treatment, and patient should be advised appropriately regarding adverse drug reactions, regarding monitoring of blood sugar level, regarding the appropriate intake of medications. That is the best part which we can play at the time of discharge. So you have to get in touch with the doctor, convince the doctor to call you whenever they are planning for discharge, so that you are there in the treatment plan, when they are designing the treatment plan, when they are writing the treatment plan for the patient at the time of discharge. And of course, you have to be there for the follow-ups in order to monitor the outcome, which we need to attain. So just to summarize what we have learned today, of course, I hope we have achieved all the learning outcomes which we meant for, which we aimed for. So we talked about diabetes, which is on the rise, and the cases are increasing enormously. And every year you see a new figure. Why? Diabetes is becoming #1 condition all across the world. Why? Why we are not able to capture this disorder? Why we are not able to control this disorder? We have to find some alternative. We have to find some interventions to conquer this disease. And definitely it's high time to think about it, not to delay further. So time to deal with the issues related to management of diabetes mellitus. And of course, we have covered about pharmaceutical care components, stages, different interventions we spoke about. And I mentioned about the stepwise procedure, which the model for the management of type 2 diabetes mellitus patients through pharmacist-mediated interventions. We have to become a part of multidisciplinary team, and that's how we can make it possible. Nothing is impossible. The word itself says, I am possible. These are the additional references for the session. And finally, I would like to acknowledge my senior management staff, Professor Ismail Matalka, who is the president at the university, Dr. Mohammad Al-Tarani, Vice President, Research and Postgraduate Studies and Acting Dean at Track College of Pharmacy, and of course, my chairperson, Dr. Satvik, in the Department of Clinical Pharmacy and Pharmacology. Apart from that, my departmental colleagues for their cooperation and support. And I thank each and every one of you. Thank you very much. If any questions, any queries, please, I'm here to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the insightful talk. From this talk, we have learned about the significance of early detection of diabetes and the need of pharmaceutical care services. You have emphasized upon various components of pharmaceutical care services and creating awareness among patients with diabetes by pharmacist intervention. Medical adherence is very essential component of any dosage regimen. By monitoring it closely, we can surely help the patients, and this could be possible only with the help of pharmacist intervention. So I hope the participants gained a lot by your talk and understand the need of pharmaceutical intervention. Now the session is open for question and answer. So I would request to the faculty to ask if there are any questions.
I can see in the chat box, some questions are listed. So I will read one by one and then I will answer accordingly. Yeah.
Yes, sir. There is one question.
Yeah.
By Himanshu.
Okay.
How pharmacists can streamline the drug-seeking behavior in patients?
So pharmacist, as I mentioned, pharmacist plays a very important role in managing the drug while advising patients for the different interventions for the management of different disease conditions. So attitude of the patients towards drug therapy, attitude towards the illness need to be changed. So you have to work in liaison with the healthcare professionals, other healthcare professionals, in designing a better therapeutic plan for the patients and in convincing the patients to follow that plan strictly, to strictly adhere to the treatment plan. So pharmacists can definitely streamline the drug-seeking behavior in patients, but of course, at the same time, monitoring from healthcare professionals is utmost required. We cannot ignore the monitoring part. We have to monitor at each and every step of the treatment in order to provide rational, therapeutic, optimized care for the patient. Yes.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. The next question is, in type 2 diabetes mellitus, what should be the optimum approach of a pharmacist to guide the patients?
So optimum approach for guiding patients with type 2 diabetes mellitus should be, you have to come out with a rational therapeutic plan, which you have to discuss well in advance with the doctor, treating doctor, and the other professionals who are directly involved in the patient care. You have to discuss with them. Let's say you can have a short meeting with them, quick meeting with them, so that you can have very well planned therapeutic plan for the patient. But before making the plan, you have to be well versed with the previous history. You have to be well versed with the medications which the patient is currently taking, apart from the previous medications, and of course of different family history and social history, so that you can identify some risk factors which play a very important role in controlling the condition. So you need to make a plan according to individual condition. That's why we call it as personalized plan, individualized plan, so that we take care of all the risk factors. We take care of all the dosage regimen which we are planning. Let's say you are dealing with a patient of chronic kidney disease, so patient's renal parameters are abnormal. You can't give medication at the same dose. Some of the medications require adjustment of dosages, which is based on the estimation of creatinine clearance, which we use one formula which is widely used, Cockcroft and Gault equation. We estimate the creatinine clearance, we adjust the dosages according to the creatinine clearance or GFR, and then we advise accordingly. So we need to make rationalized therapeutic plan for the patient accordingly, according to their individual condition. If any contraindication is present, that we have to take care. Let's say renal failure, some of the medications are nephrotoxic. We cannot advise for our patients, right? We have to avoid. Some of the medications have been found to be hepatotoxic. Metformin is slightly hepatotoxic, not most of the cases, but rarely it causes hepatotoxicity also. We have to take care of that. So accordingly, you have to plan it before you approach the treating doctor. And then with strong justification, with strong evidences, you have to go and approach the doctor and discuss the appropriate therapeutic plan. They might have their own opinions. They might have their own suggestions. Discuss. Nothing wrong. It's not that whatever we have planned, they should accept it. We might be following a wrong track sometimes. So they can also guide us, right? So we have to sit together, make a proper plan for the patient, and then to implement it. Once you implement, we have to monitor the plan in order to make sure that plan is working efficiently.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Sir, there are some questions in the WhatsApp group. So one of the question is, to what extent does the pharmaceutical intervention really help the patients with diabetes mellitus?
Can you repeat again? To what
Sir,
extent?
to what extent
Yeah.
does pharmaceutical intervention really help the patients with diabetes mellitus?
Okay. So from my presentation, I think you might have understood to what extent pharmaceutical care interventions do contribute in providing pharmaceutical care for our patients.
It really
So
helps.
we are improvising the pharmaceutical care in terms of providing pharmacist-mediated interventions. Let's say medication review, clinical review, adverse drug reaction management, drug-drug interaction detection and management, screening of the patient for occurrence of other drug-related problems. We are able to come out with a therapeutic plan for our patients. So definitely pharmaceutical care interventions can contribute significantly for providing better patient care rather than just keeping the patient along with the usual care of management. And there are a lot of literatures, documented literatures available, and which you can refer, where the strong evidence is listed. Yes, pharmacists can contribute, and pharmaceutical care interventions do contribute in improvising the quality of life of patients with diabetes mellitus. Yes, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So I would like to invite Dr. Satish Sardana, sir.
Yeah, please.
Sir, are you there?
Yes. Yeah, Dr. Tarun, I listened to your lecture.
Yes, sir.
It is very good. I would say it is very good because it establishes the role of pharmacist. Normally, a pharmacist is considered a sideline in the whole process of healthcare system. It is considered he has to give the medicine as prescribed by the doctor, but
Absolutely.
he has a bigger role. The pharmacist has a bigger role
Yes,
because
sir.
monitoring in such diseases, particularly diseases like diabetes, a chronic disease, which is not a disease in itself, but is can initiate many diseases in the body. So
Sure, sir.
this kind of diseases need regular monitoring, and a pharmacist can be I would say important in this.
And be a key person. Key
Yes,
person in the
he
team.
can be a key person
Yes, sir.
because monitoring, day-to-day monitoring, or even twice or thrice a day monitoring is important in diabetes.
Absolutely. Sir.
And as you see, the diabetes is spreading like anything in India. We call it a diabetic capital because
Too many
we
cases.
already are thickly populated, and even if 10%, 20% population is affected, that becomes a large number. So
Absolutely.
management is very difficult. Compliance is very difficult, particularly in these diseases where lifelong compliance is required.
Exactly, sir.
So it becomes pretty difficult for everybody because everyone gets fed up from a long this thing. Every day you have to take a daily medication, and then you have to monitor daily. That is another thing. And then sometimes the drug becomes resistant. You have to change the drug. Again, go to the doctor or a pharmacist to change that medication. Number of options available are a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, many drugs are available. So choosing one drug is again a challenge. Which drug to be chosen for which patient? Comorbidities are to be considered. Other thing is the condition of the kidney, condition of the liver. All these things are to be considered because the medicines are lifelong. So I think the pharmacist has a very key role in managing this. And your lecture, your talk, rightly focused on that.
Thank
So
you,
I
sir.
congratulate you on this very good lecture.
Thank you
And,
for having me here, sir.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and thank you very much for sparing your time and guiding to the new team members because all are working in different areas. So
Yeah.
if they go into different area, it creates interest among them about that.
Absolutely.
So
Sir.
it is good to know. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So thank you once again, sir, for sparing your valuable time and addressing the participants for with this wonderful talk. We hope to have such insightful lectures in futures as well and have some collaborations in the coming time with you.
Absolutely.
So, thank you once again,
We
sir.
look forward. Thank you. Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you so much. And have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you, dear participants, for joining for this session. So we will again begin with the next session at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow. So please join on time. Also, please fill up the feedback form with the link shared in the chat box. It is mandatory to fill the feedback form every day. So please fill it on time as the link will expire in some time only. So please fill it on time. It's a humble request. So we will meet again tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. with the last of the FDP program. Thank you so much for joining.